Well, good morning, councillors and ladies and gentlemen present with us today. Welcome to the Environment Community Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via council social media channels. So welcome to the CEO and all of our staff, to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and fellow councillors, acknowledging the Portfolio Lead of Environment and Community, Councillor Tim McMahon. We also have a leave of absence which we noting for Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. I'd also like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we do meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gaibu and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the rich traditions, bold ambitions of Australia's first people. There are no items in the Environment and Community Committee for this month. Just two things I'd like to quickly mention. This month we saw the launch of the program for the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, so you can see that on tcof.com.au. And secondly, in the youth space, co-responder starts in our region on the 18th of May. So I think that's a significant one, of course, with everything around youth, and following on, Mayor, from what you were mentioning yesterday at the breakfast. So through our Youth Advisory Committee, the team involved with co-responder came to present to us last week. So basically, if you don't know about it, essentially it's a 24-hour service that's a combination of youth justice and, of course, the QPS. It's been rolled out in 8 other locations across Queensland and has had great success. So it's about a coordinated strategy for responding to high-risk youth. It's also about prevention of crime, of course, but it's also about just diversion options and things like that. So that kicks off on the 18th of May, and hopefully, talk through the Mayor's office, hopefully we can have the co-responder team provide a deputation to council in incoming times. So, but yeah, it's a good one to note, I think, to roll out for us, for our community and everyone involved. The 18th of May co-responder starts here in Toowoomba. And with that, I'll close the meeting and hand over to the Chair of Finance and Business Strategy.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. That's certainly some very welcome news indeed in regard to the co-responder. But looking forward to hearing a bit more about it when they come and present via a deputation or whatever that may be down the track. So again, I acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land in which we meet, the Western Waka Waka, Gaibu and Jarrawa peoples, pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. Can I also acknowledge the Mayor, councillors, Councillor Kerry Shine, the Portfolio Lead for Finance and Business, acknowledge all of those in the room, many officers in the room, particularly for item number 3 today, which is the operational plan, but also those who are watching online or indeed in the gallery as well. We do acknowledge everyone's presence and interest in all of our committee and ordinary and statutory meetings indeed. And of course, after a very exciting night last night, many of us will be bleary-eyed watching many different assessments of the federal budget, and they continue on today and will continue for the next few days. But I guess of significance for us here, what is deemed as the 90-day review of the $120 billion infrastructure fund over 10 years is an interesting one for us, because it does include inland rail. So it's an interesting one. And the other one that caught my attention, and that attention of others, is that there's been nearly $900 million stripped out of water security from the federal budget, and that does include new dams such as Emu Swamp Dam in Southern Downs. So we certainly as a region have been speaking about this for a long time, and perhaps some of that money that's been stripped could well be served to find its way to an area for a particular project around a project that has been, for the use of a better term, forced upon us from the federal sphere. So look forward to learning more about many things in the budget over the next few days. There's no doubt about that. So councillors, we move to item number 2, which is the attendance, apologies and leave of absence, and we do note the apology for Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. There are no other apologies today, councillors, or leave of absence. Declaration of conflicts of interest. I don't have any at this stage, declaration of conflicts of interest, but as we say at the start of these meetings, if there is something that you or you feel another councillor might have a conflict in, please raise that at the appropriate time and we'll deal with it at that point. So, councillors, we move to item number 3, which is the operational plan Q3. And noting, of course, we had a very good session only last week, in fact, in regard to the operational plan for next year. So this is, if you like, the quarter for the current year. And when you're reading through these pages, sometimes you get a little bit confused when we've had the session just last week and trying to measure that up. But there were a lot of things covered off in that session that obviously relate to some of the targets and what have you that were through today. But I might just hand directly over to David Quinlan, who is here to present this report. David, if you'd like to have some opening remarks, and then perhaps we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be presenting today. Troy Beecham has worked tirelessly to put this report together with the help from all the groups to put the information together. Unfortunately, he and his young children are quite ill today and unable to be here. We like to give officers who've put a report together to present if they're comfortable, because we think it's good for their growth and development and that sort of thing. However, you'll have to put up with me today. As councillors would understand, this is the third quarter ops plan report for financial year 22-23. Councillors would be aware it's a legislative requirement that we report at least quarterly against the operational plan, which of course is developed for each fiscal year against a corporate plan which is put together for each 5-year tranche. I draw council's attention to the primary parts of the report, which show there's some 96% of actions against milestones which are on track or monitor, and 80% of KPIs similarly on track or monitor. There is a slight addition to this report this quarter. You'll see, I think it's on page 6, you'll see a graph that shows actions against financial year. This is in response to a question we had at the last quarterly report, and I think it was, if memory serves me correctly, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan asked how we were tracking in comparison to previous fiscal years. So we've included this graph. Now, I would point out, if you look carefully, you'll see that it's showing from 90% to 100%. It's what we engineers and more mathematical purists would call a gee whiz graph, because it has a suppressed 0. So obviously it's only showing the 10%. So the variation across all those 4 financial years shows 5.5% total variation. So I would just make you aware. But yes, this financial year we are trending slightly below previous fiscal years. But given the range of vacancies, weather conditions and a range of other things that we're currently dealing with, I would feel that that would be expected. I'd also draw council's attention to 2 anticipated changes in attachment 7 and 8 in relation to planning and development services. There has been discussion in relation to this in previous quarterly reports. Functions that were unfunded primarily. We had left them included, but I think in the last quarterly report we anticipated introducing a change to the ops plan for those 2 items. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd hand back over to you.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Just before I go to Councillor Carroll, the proposal is to go through each of the sections. So if we can keep the questions to those areas, that would be great. Councillor Carroll.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what section it's in. We have dropped off to have a business case for the goods shed because it hasn't been funded. But I note that we have other things in our budget and our strategies that aren't funded too. And my concern is, as happened with the Railway Parklands, with a new council, that it just actually drops off anyone's consciousness. And we have, spent a lot of money from the state government and council and on behalf of the community put into the goods shed restoration. And at the moment, it's a stranded asset. I'd like to see it stay in the, at least there, despite its being unfunded. That's my point. Thank you.
So, Councillor Carroll, I think that would be in one of the change points, page 190. That's a change. It's a milestone.
I noticed it last night. Thank you.
It's a change in the planning and development. So we'll just hold
Okay,
that for
thank
the
you,
time
but
being.
my point about some of the changes is that it isn't all of council that has asked for some of those changes, so thank you.
It's fine. We'll circle back to that one when we get to the conclusion, but if we can work through now to the Chief Executive Officer quarterly report. Councillor
Just
Shine.
wondering if I could, before that, David referred to that graph on which is on Lord Books 14, page 14. I apologise, but I wasn't really concentrating on what he was saying. But it looks as if the current financial year line it's at 96%, which seems high, but in comparison with the former 2019, 2021, it's significantly lower, depicted on that graph. Could you just explain that again, why that is, and if there's any need for concern?
Through you, Chair. Certainly, Councillor Shine. The first point I'd make is that the graph you can see on the y-axis is showing from 90 to 100%. So this actually expands the apparent visual difference. But certainly, if we were to look at the 3 previous fiscal years, there is some variability. But this year, it would be fair to say that we seem to be tracking, on average, a couple of percent lower. I would point out that this year has presented us with a range of challenges, whether also vacancies and that sort of thing. It would be, I suppose this is a way of showing, and it is in response to, I believe the question last time was asked by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I could be wrong, but there was a question with the last report, how do we compare with previous years? A very fair question, and so we've included this report as a means of showing that. I think you could look at the previous 3 years, and obviously there's variability there as it bumps along. We have challenges at various times. 1920 was perhaps a less challenging year than some of the other years. We are currently carrying a range of vacancies and other such things that have given us challenges, and has us, I suppose it is being reflected there visually, a couple of percent behind. But I would draw council's attention to the fact that we're only showing that 90% to 100%. You could imagine if we took that down to say 94 to 100, it would look even more dramatic. And I made the point that statisticians and mathematical people would say that presenting a graph with what we call a suppressed zero is not necessarily the best way to present data, but we're being open and honest here, or transparent. We just want to show how we're tracking, and yes, we are sitting at this point a couple of percent behind.
I take it there's prospects that we can get back to where we were previously, which was very high compliance, 98, 99, nearly 100% there one year. So there's no reason why we can't be optimistic about the future.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm very optimistic. Certainly, however, with weather conditions, damage to some of our assets through those weather conditions, and in the market with other businesses and competing businesses for labour and skill sets, that is a challenge, yes. However, going forward, I think we will improve and correct. We could compliment ourselves for doing as well as we have, given the challenges before us. But I think, yes, I remain quite optimistic.
Thank you. Same point, Councillor Carl. Thanks. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, to Dave, I note it's about the percentage of actions. We're a couple of percent down across the operational plan. Do we have a quantifiable figure, a dollar figure of what that percentage equates to? As part of delivery of an operational plan, we do what we say we're going to do. That's a commitment.
Through you, Mr Chair, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Councillor Carl, is that the progression of various works? Is that
So if we're, say some 2% behind percentage, like, doesn't sound much, 2%, but of the work that is off track or behind, what does that equate to in a dollar value? Do you have that sort of information across the organisation?
through you, Mr Chair? No, we wouldn't have it as a dollar value, and remembering that this is a percentage against milestones. So, for instance, you could have some milestones that are, if you like, expensive milestones, milestones where we spend a lot of money that may be on track, and those which may be milestones, such as turnover rate, etc., which aren't a cost in themselves. So I don't think this report would relate to our financial expenditure directly in that way. No. However, if you were interested in where we are different to previous years, you would look through the individual group reports and see where we are off track to determine what those milestones are. Not every milestone has the same amount of expenditure against it, no.
Yeah, no, I just thought there might have been a rounding up or down just to give us a snapshot. But point taken, milestones are of different value and for different reasons. So, yep, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, have you done a breakdown like that across all portfolios to identify where the main issues are that are dragging that down, that 2%? Have the general managers looked at that at all, or the CEO?
Through you, Mr Chair. Councillor Summerfield, no, that was not our intention, but to look at it overall. However, looking through each group report, it's fairly obvious where milestones or KPIs are challenged. Yes, I am quite conscious that the ops plan report is quite detailed, it's quite long, compared to our contemporaries and our friendly competitors in other local authorities. The report is growing, so that's the furthest extent we've gone to in terms of that analysis at this time.
Okay, councillors, we'll move to operational plan for the CEO. So if you wouldn't mind just stating the board books page that you're on, and then the reference number that's at the start of it, just to help us with it's a KPI, milestone, or action, whatever that might be. So it's easier for Kirsten and everyone else to follow. So we're into the CEO's area. Questions, Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the CEO, if I can take us to page 24 of board books. It's the milestone 6730. This is the enterprise risk management one where we haven't progressed it. And the comments, Brian, are that there's some challenges existing in deploying this ICT functionality, and that basically you're looking at an alternate ERM. So two questions with that. What's the issue? And then what's the risk of looking at an alternate ERM, please?
I think so, as articulated in that performance there. I think it's about the ICT functionality of the preferred at that point in time system. So obviously they believe there may be a better option that's available, and they're exploring that option.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether Harin wants to add anything to that, or
Harin, would you like to add something to that? Just the performance there, which talks about the particular business continuity and integrated enterprise risk management. Welcome, Harin. Welcome to you. Just right.
Yes, as a CEO, through you, Mr. Chair, as a CEO mentioned, we did have an option that we were looking at, but it's still very early days in terms of what it could do for us, and still got some more discussions with Bailey now. The requirements have also shifted a bit. The option we did look at initially was based on a product we had or license for, or we thought we had, but there are some questions around the viability of that product. So we really need to do a little more investigation to find a better product that also integrates seamlessly upstream, downstream into our processes. So that's currently underway.
Okay, thanks for that, Harin. And do we have an ETA, a time frame on how long that will take?
We're planning it probably in the FY24 year, so we're fairly full now in terms of what we are delivering for this financial year, so it's really going to be something in the new year,
Okay.
the new financial year.
So just confirming that through there, this is the software solution that's attached to what we're currently doing. So it's not as if we're not doing the business continuity and the management system. This is the software that would support it. That's correct?
That's correct there. So we've got a framework at the moment. It's managed
Okay.
in Excel,
Yeah, right.
etc. And there's a process for
together.
managing that. So this is a solution that.
Can you just talk a bit closer to the microphone, please,
Sorry.
Harin?
So we've got a framework at the moment, and that's really managed within Excel and various other products. So it's really about bringing all of that together into a single enterprise suite. So that's the part that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Because the piece that councillors have been asking for and are looking forward to is when we get to the point where we are able to receive a risk matrix. It's dynamic. It's condensed, so we don't see the risks that are really not the top sort of 10, 20. That will be a really positive step when we get that, because we'll be able to have more eyes on risk. Thank you for that, Harin. The other one, Chair, is page 27 of the plan of board books. The action is 2586, and I was after just some clarity, please. I don't understand what the comments are. This is the one. The action is to provide TRC groups, branches and controlled entities with the framework, guidance, artefacts and training to enable them to manage their risks per Council's adopted 3 lines of defence risk management model. And this is the bit that I don't understand. Need for greater coordination of controlled entities are asked to report on, communicating expectation to the CEs and gaining their acceptance of TRC's desire to receive such. Don't know what that means. It's that.
It's just this section here. Need for greater coordination, control entities, etc., etc. Need for further thought clarity, what additional ICT tools may be required.
What's yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether, I think that's talking about the enterprise risk management objectives of council's controlled entities being integrated into the reporting process that comes back to council.
I thought we were doing that though. We've streamlined that so that it is uniformed.
It is uniform, but I think this is the ICT tool that we were just talking about before.
Okay, so they're
integrating
connected,
that together.
right?
Yeah, I think that's, but I can clarify that for you.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more questions for CEO's report? Councillor Nancy?
Thank you. If we could just go back to page 24 and down the bottom where we talk on that very last one, talking about EPMO, and it's saying 72% progress. I just wonder, does that mean that 72% of EPMO being embedded across the organisation, or is that just 72% of this year, or so if it is 72% of it being embedded across the organisation, and does that mean that by the end of this year it should be done?
I'll have to come back to you with that. I haven't gone into that detail from the reporting that's come back from the EPMO. because it's a green tick. So from their perspective, they believe that they're on schedule in accordance with the original milestones that were in there. So I'll just clarify whether it's 72% of the scheduled works that were to be undertaken, or was it 72% of the total organisation that was actually reporting following the project management process? So we'll have to get back to you on that one.
Thank you, because I can't understand what those measurements are, even the one above it. It's 72% of what, or is it 72%? I don't understand that. That was one of them. Then on 28, Board Books 28, the second one down, implement the risk management module, and it says developing a business case to uplift the enterprise risk management, including implementing an ERM system. Could I just get that explained a bit further for me, please? And that's at 20%, 20, whatever that 20 is.
I think that is linked back to the original discussion we were talking before about implementing the risk management module in Beacon. So I'll just confirm that with you, but I'm pretty sure that's about actually doing a business case to further invest into that enterprise risk management framework. But I'll check that for you.
Okay, thank you. Board Books 30, about halfway down the page, 6767, 6768 and 6769. I just wondered how these were measured. I find that the number 72 is mentioned throughout this section of the report, and I don't know whether it's 72%, whether it's 72% progress. So many of them are 72% progress, and I'm just trying to work.
Yeah, it could be linked back to the months. So if it's a monthly, 5 months would be 60, 7 months would be 72. So that could be it.
That would make sense. Okay, thank you. That's me.
Okay, any more questions, councillors, in regard to the CEO's report? There's no other questions in regard to that. I guess the only one I had was on page 32, which is KPI 107374, and it's a red cross, which is a sort of report by exception type thing, I guess. Feedback from managers in relation to the service catalogue is being used to complete the current documents in use. The corporate plan process is also expected to reveal current strategies at 70%. So I guess, David, this question's probably to you. It's a red cross, but the wording in it sort of seems to me that you're on track. Is that
Mr. Chair, the target for this time when we're reporting, you'll see there is 100%. So we were planning to have it done by the end of the third quarter. We're 70% through. We believe by the end of this quarter we'll be there, but we report, if anything, a little strongly against us. So we're being transparent with where it's at.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So, Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. I was trying to find that one when you brought it up because I couldn't find it. David, and through you, Chair, to David, but maybe to Brian, I was a little bit confused by this one actually, because this is a question I've been asking for the last couple of months now at our ordinary meetings to Brian, because the service catalogue, my understanding was that would be in the next couple of months coming to council. But to me, that looks like, and from that description there, that doesn't seem likely. So I was a little bit confused by that.
Through you, Chair. Certainly, Councillor, that's probably, this is talking to a specific one, which was about the strategic and influencing documents, having a separate, if you like, register of all of those. There are some 200 or 300 documents that we have, and council has made mention of this before, which are the most important, etc. Working through developing the corporate plan and the service catalogue, there's been an identification as to which documents are more important and more regularly in use than others. There are some decisions, if you like, even resolutions of council that were done a long time in the past that still guide a lot of the activity that individual officers do in relation to certain approaches to certain works now. So there's a great variation between some documents in terms of their impact that might be called a strategy, others that are called innocuously a plan or even a resolution. So we're trying to draw that together. The corporate planning process and the service catalogue have helped greatly with that. The service catalogue, we have an information session booked, I believe, for the 7th of June. We'll be coming back to council on the 7th of June with the service catalogue. That's slightly different to this question, which is about these documents. I think council will, the service catalogue is far more progressed than a register of strategic and influencing documents, yes.
Thank you. No further questions for the Office of the CEO. We move to Environment Community Services and welcome Nick. Welcome along. In your absence last week, Paul Reynolds went through next year's operational plan and we covered off quite a few things in that as well, which are related in here. So your answers, if the same questions are asked, will be consistent, I'm sure. So welcome. Councillors, any questions for Environment Community Services? Councillor Rebecca.
We've got a bit of a cadence here, don't we? Through you, Chair. Hi, Nick. Thank you for this. Page 68 and 69 are where my inquiries are of board books. So the first is about the prescribed burns, and we're off track from doing as many as that we'd hoped to complete. It hasn't been that wet. What's the situation?
Good morning, councillors. The progress that you're seeing reported here is heavily influenced by the things that happened in wintertime last year. So they're largely the burns that we'd planned to do through July, August last year that we were unable to do. So it's unlikely we will catch up on those at this point in time. The opportunity might present itself to us now as we start to enter better conditions. We are certainly mobilising ourselves to not view prescriptive windows of opportunity like we have in the past. So when opportunity presents itself, we try and take advantage of that. We did have a very wet winter last year, which prevented us from getting to that. So we're probably playing catch up. So a full assessment's been done of fuel loads and risk levels, and the new program will take those into consideration, address the highest risk areas.
Okay, thank you. I guess one of the reasons I do ask is because we have had that wet winter, and the fuel load is getting significant ahead of the summer. So that's the difficulty, right? We have a full schedule, so if we miss some, it's really hard to play catch up because we plan and hope for the maximum amount of burns to be completed. But you're confident that there can be some additional windows found to catch up some of those burns that we have missed?
To say I'm confident is probably not the right way to describe it, because we are at the whim of the weather. So, I'm confident that if conditions present themselves to us, we can catch up.
Okay.
But if we happen to have wet weather or then extremely hot and dry and windy weather that makes it dangerous, then we're subject to that. What I am confident is that we've got a good team working really well with the local fire brigades, rurals and auxiliaries and QFES. And indeed, we've recently attended in March each year, there's the local area fire management group, which met. Haven't been provided with an update on the outcome of that, but that's an opportunity for all of the agencies to come together, present their assessments around their risk areas, discuss those and agree those, debate those, and set the program for the coming 12 months. And maintaining the flexibility to respond to anything that emerges as well, because that space can change pretty quickly.
Okay. And then, thanks, Nick. The next one's the following page, and it's about the park pest management plans. And the comment is that those haven't been done because of staff vacancies. So I guess my question with this is, these are the actual plans, not the implementation of the existing plans, correct? So is there still utility in the implementation of old plans, or how does it work? Are we still doing pest management in those parks, but just with older management plans?
Yes, we're definitely still doing pest management. These are more a strategic document for us to assist with the prioritisation and allocation of resources over time. It's unfortunate we're behind, but doesn't present a major risk to us. It just means we're a year behind where we would have been in the development of those strategic plans. They'll be done. Those highest priority parks will be done as we fill those vacancies and we resource that, and it helps us make sure we're just allocating our resources in the most advantageous way.
And that helps us councillors, because then we understand what's going on and can allocate accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Thanks, Nick. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Nick. I also had the exact same one about the prescribed burns highlighted, and thought I would let my colleague, Councillor Von Hoff, who often asks about it, go first. But it's a pain in the neck KPI because it's influenced by weather, not human factors really. And so I suppose my question was exactly the same train of thought. When you have a capital works summary for another area of council, you do the carryovers first, and then if you get to the new ones in the next year, then that's a bonus. So I would hope we can do the ones we didn't do from last year first, and then also tick off some of the prescribed ones for this year as well. Does that sound like something that is possible of being achieved?
In essence, I guess that's the starting point, but we would reassess again what was considered to be a priority 12 months ago. Something else might have overtaken it because of some other local conditions that have emerged. So it may be that something surpasses it in terms of a higher order risk. What we're doing is assessing all those risks that are there, understanding their priority, then allocating our resources and getting through as much of that as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Yes. So that you're correct. We're trying to do some catch up if we can.
I acknowledge the work the staff do and just how hard it is to do a controlled burn, and acknowledge the complexities. They do a great job. My comment with that before I move on is, if we get out of our 3-month cycles or our annual cycles and look at where we live as part of a 7 or 10 year cycle, where we often have a few rainy years that we've just had, and then that kind of trickles out and the dam levels deteriorate, and then we go another few years, give or take every 7 to 10 years. So on a long-term planning scale, one might argue that we've just had our La Nina and the dams are full, and then if history is anything to be studied, we might have some drier years, and they might culminate to some dry, hot conditions despite what the temperature was yesterday, come August, September, October, where the community's really on angst. So I suppose as a comment, if the planning for bushfires or bushfire prevention could maybe be done at a 7 to 10 year cycle, as well as the 3-month to 12-month cycle of what we can get done, but on a larger scale, is that something we could look at?
Yes, it is something that we do. And bushfire and our use of prescribed burns needs to be appropriate to the type of vegetation that we're burning. So different vegetation types have different ecology and have different requirements. It's not my area of expertise and knowledge. I'm not going to stand here and try and speak about it in depth, but some types of vegetation require fire every 7 years, others every 5 years, others a longer term. So all of that is taken into consideration when we're looking at longer term plans, and then we refine that down to what's achievable each 12 months.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nick. Can I ask another two more questions, Chair? So on one page before, on 48 or 67 of board books, it's great to see that we almost doubled our KPI of trees that we wanted to plant, but I don't know, the target was 2,000. In this year's proposed one, it's 3,250, and I've seen that up at 5,000 in years past. And so, while I commend the team for almost doubling what they thought was capable, that's done every year by your staff on capabilities and opportunities and those kind of individual issues. Is that correct, the target?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Tim. I think the point to be mindful of with this particular item is the target is 2,000. Now, I imagine our annual target is something more than that. Can't recall off the top of my head. And the target of 2,000 will be for as at the end of the March quarter. And so we're ahead of our March quarter status, but you mightn't see much change on that now in the final quarter. We might be ahead of schedule. We've been able to take advantage of weather conditions and staff availability and get ahead of the game. At this point in time, and resources will be directed to other things. So you mightn't expect to continue to see that actual performance exceed the target.
Yeah, valid point. Might catch up as the year wears out. Just the one below that was my actual question here. Congrats to your team on getting 100% of offensive graffiti removed within 24 hours. I think that's tremendous. And it was sometime during the Christmas break, had my family at Webb Park and ran into the operational team who were busy cleaning it off from the night before, as they do as part of their daily rounds, which is great. I have personally noticed an increase in not necessarily offensive, but tagging, unsightly graffiti, those kind of things. So while your team's all over it, obviously, do we have the resources we need to continue to combat graffiti, keeping in mind Kay over at Wilsonton and the Graffiti Stop program through STRP, as the Chair would be aware of, play a part in that, but I'd love to see it continue to be tackled. Is that something that your team are confident in?
It's probably a never-ending battle, Councillor McMahon, and we do have, I'm pleased you mentioned Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships and the Graffiti Stop program. We have a really good relationship with them, and they assist us, and including engaging with those who are the perpetrators of the graffiti. They are sometimes under community court order required to go and assist with that. Our teams do a bit, Graffiti Stop as well. It's probably one of those things where you could always do with more resources if you wanted to never see a piece of graffiti anywhere, but that's probably an unrealistic target for the availability of resources. This KPI is really targeted around dealing with that particularly offensive stuff that we don't want to leave members of the community exposed to. Yeah.
Could I just, as a comment, propose that while the youth crime space, it seems to be a small percentage of the kids committing a large amount of the crimes, I would argue with the graffiti, it's probably a small percentage of those with their pet tag or their pet line or whatever doing a fair bit of that as well. So look forward to good results in that, Nick. Thanks very much, Chair. That's no more questions.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor James.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick. Just a couple, they're probably on a similar theme here that I want to ask about. The first one would be page 45, so just the percentage satisfaction rating of attendees at council-led programs, engagement participation activities delivered. So we've got no satisfaction rating is available at this time. Do we do something in that space? Like, is that a survey sort of thing at the end of, or you know, just trying to gauge the value of that metric or why it's there? If we, like, is it something that we do or not? On page 45 of board books, so it's KPI 07410.
I'm just going back a couple of pages to see what program that's in relation to.
So yeah, so it's just around, they said the KPIs around the percentage satisfaction rating of attendees at council-led programs, engagement,
Yep.
participation, activities delivered.
Yeah, so it's not something that we've had the ability to do at this point in time. I know that for next year's operational plan that we went through last week, there was some KPIs and actions there that are largely outside of our circle of control. And we've looked at amending and removing those types of KPIs. So this might be a case that we just haven't been able to do that this quarter. Might be something that we get done next time, but it's certainly, you'll see we do struggle to get those satisfaction surveys undertaken.
Because I guess it's not like a advisory committee or something where you've got emails or things where you're sending out a survey to say, you know, how to, like that doesn't count as a council-led program, doesn't it? It's different things that we do. So, and then, sorry, because I missed last week's session, unfortunately. So my next few probably might fall into that same category, and it probably falls around exactly what you said before. I guess I'm just questioning, I suppose, the value of the actual KPI as an outcome when it's out of our control. And the ones that I refer to would be on page 49 around total attendance at supported youth programs. I mean, that's a metric. I mean, I think more our KPI might be how many programs council supports, how many people turns up is obviously not, you know what I mean? Of course we want them supported, but I mean, it's totally out of our control. So I don't sort of see the value in that particular KPI. The same with council supported youth programs, engagement, participation activities. So again, another one, I think it would more be around how many council provides as opposed to obviously
those ones you've mentioned have all been changed for next financial year for exactly the same reasons you've said. So it's been something we've spoken about at each operational plan, to be fair. So you picked up the exact ones that we've done. So
all right, well,
good oversight.
Well, I have no further questions there. Thank you.
No, that's all right. I just didn't want Nick to have to go through the same thing again. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, and to be fair, I think Councillor James was away unwell when we did do that. So I don't want to harp on it, but I too am concerned about the burns, and I'm only saying that because I think it's important that you get the feel of the room about our concerns about that. For me, it's simply because we do have such a heavy fuel load at the moment, and I'm hoping that there will be opportunities, and look forward to seeing some of those monthly reports saying, yes, tick, we got some burns. On page 70 of board books, or page 51 of the report, Nick, down the bottom, that 7247, it talks about external factors. This is about property services and completed acquisitions or disposals. External factors, including adjustments to capital delivery programming, have resulted in variations and discontinuation. I wonder, could you elaborate on that at all?
The use of the word external is probably a bit misleading in that it's probably means to be external to the property services branch rather than external to council.
Yeah.
So a lot of the property acquisitions that we undertake are on behalf of other branches and typically influenced by their capital works program. So we might need to acquire land either in freehold or easements for the laying of a pipe or for some other project. And if those programs are changing, then the target that we thought we were heading towards moves on us. So we're getting through. I don't know that there's any backlog of acquisitions that are causing angst for anybody, and that's probably what we should be trying to measure. Are we not getting through acquisitions that we need to that are holding up projects? That's not my understanding. So again, it's probably a KPI that's maybe not measuring exactly what we're trying to measure.
Thank you, Councillor Nancy. Any more questions, councillors, in regard to Environment Services? I guess, Nick, if I could, page 78 of board books. So I'll give you a number there. Page 59 of 158. And this is in regard, it's 3 KPIs at the bottom of that page, talking about building discretions and building compliance conducted and customer requests, all in a sort of linked, if you like, and an area that's obviously been shifted over to EC&S over the last couple of years. Do you see concerns in that area that councillors should be made aware of around resourcing, or is there a prioritisation of things that needs to be done for councillors to consider?
Not at this stage, but certainly maintaining a watching brief, Councillor McDonald. There's been an uplift in the volume of work coming through, certainly, and we have carried some vacancies for a period of time there, which made those two factors combined made it very difficult for us. We do have a full complement of staff again now, and we are undertaking an analysis of the workload there, and if that tells us that there's a need for additional resources, we'll deal with that. Of course, it's the type of work that also comes with a matching revenue stream. There's application fees associated with undertaking these sorts of work. So if there's more work there than we have people available, there's a funding source to fund additional resources if they're needed. There's been a couple of changes you'll see too there to some of our internal processes, which is there's a bit of a lag in that reporting, picking up those new processes, which is influencing the statistics as well. And again, I've just asked us to have a good look at those KPIs and make sure they're measuring exactly what we want to be measuring, because to my mind, the thing that would be most of interest is the percentage of applications that are being resolved in a reasonable time frame, not necessarily the number that we receive. If we receive 500 or 1,000, as long as we're dealing with them at an appropriate time, it probably shouldn't really matter to us, the numbers. So just having a look at the structure of those KPIs as well.
Thank you, Nick. That's fine. Just an overarching question, and you raised it in regard to the trees, and I'm just hoping there's consistency across all reporting for targets in regard to, is the target for that quarter, or is the target an annual target, and the results are that quarter. So I guess it might be a question on notice, but making sure that we are reporting what we are reporting. So I was of the opinion that the target was always the annual target, and the actual is where we are at that point, but I could be completely wrong there. So maybe it's a question on notice just to check, or David might follow that up, just so we're consistent. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Chair, you've reminded me of something. Through you to Nick, I was reading on the weekend about one of the Sydney councils that has seen a reduction in its overall canopy in the last 10 years, which is at odds with their target canopy percentage. And so they've started this program whereby every newborn's parents can talk to the council and they get a tree sent out. And it made me think about our canopy percentage, and it's something that I've asked about in the past, and it's sort of been one where we don't have a number, I don't believe, a percentage cover, so then we can't set a target for what we'd like to reach. And seeing that another council has got that, and I know that our geographic area obviously makes a big difference, but how are we going with actually getting a number of our canopy so that council can then take that into consideration and decide if it wants to set targets, what those could be?
We're probably a little way from being there. It's there's quite a few complexities associated with that, you know, not the least of which being our broad geographic area. So what do we want to measure? Do we want to measure the entire geography, or are we talking about the urban coverage or peri-urban coverage or something else? It's the ability to collect that data as well. You know, we need to fly LiDAR and other aerial imagery and be able to analyse that and understand what that means. In discussing it with our tree policy people, some of the other complexities are the accuracy around seasonality of the canopies as well. Apparently, trees' canopy will expand and contract. You know, wet seasons it'll be bigger, and dry seasons will be smaller. So there's quite a lot of complexities associated with it. I think that we need to understand, and there's probably some baseline foundations that we need to put in place. But before we do that, I think it's certainly something that is in our awareness, but we're probably trying to build some baseline foundations before we bring that to you.
Okay, thanks. I'll take it offline and have a chat with you. Thanks, Nick.
Councillor Nancy, same subject.
Thank you. So I thought when we did the work on the green strategy, those number of years ago, we did actually have a percentage back then, and it'd probably be worthwhile diving in. And I thought it was through planning, but I might be wrong. I thought planning already had a number. But that aside, we were lucky enough to enjoy a presentation on LIDA last Friday, and they, with the LIDA that they've already done, they would be able to provide a canopy percentage on the Toowoomba City area and surrounding outside of Toowoomba City based on the work that they've already done. So that work is already in there that could be accessed. So that's something that probably yourself, but planning, need to be engaged with. And I know that Nicola was there at that presentation the other day, so she's probably already over it. But that LIDA work is amazing, what's already been done. Quite fascinating to see what they can pick up from that. And it's already happening within our council at a great cost, so we should be making the most use of it. Thanks.
Very good. It's a couple of things to have a discussion across the ELT, I'd imagine. No more questions for Nick. If there's not, thank you very much, GM Nick. We move then to Finance and Business Services, and Anne-Marie is here to answer any questions in regard to finance and business. So, councillors, any questions in regard to finance and business? No, nothing there for Anne-Marie. No, the good shed will cover off it in planning, and it'll actually be in the changes. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. So just on, sorry, I'm just reading my notes. On Board Books, page 100, we've got two... Oh, I see. There's two areas there, 6674 and 6970. I'm just wondering what's the timeline for those being delivered? 6674, deployment of two key software projects have been delayed. And I'm wondering what the timeline is for that happening, and what's the impact on the organisation as a result of the delay?
So thank you, Councillor. So the reason those projects have been delayed is because of quality. So the ICT team believed that the best solution for the organisation was to defer the implementation to ensure the product that was being implemented was suitable at the time. So it is in the impact on the organisation is, so this was an assessment which I fully support, to defer the implementation rather than put in a system that had quality issues and would be a burden on staff. So they are both deferred to next financial year and will be included in the budget for next year.
Okay, so that will also be carried over into the ops plan for next year as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then on page 101, the CI Anywhere, that is implemented, isn't it? Because my recollection of CI Anywhere, we as a council agreed to the funding of that 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
So initially we agreed to implement CI Anywhere. Then we made a decision as a council to move to the cloud environment first. So that deferred the CI Anywhere implementation. So there's some modules, so it's a stage process of implementation. Supply chain management is going through at the moment, and financials are scheduled to go in from the 1st of July, the financial module, but we may defer that module. So we're in conversation with the vendor, with our finance team and with ICT to make sure that the that we are putting in is the right solution at the right time. So we're implementing it in a staged manner, module by module.
Okay, so we know that Tech One, anything to do with Tech One is many, many dollars. I just wonder, what does that mean for the staff in the field, that hasn't been implemented?
So it's for the staff across the organisation that this does impact. I'm very confident with the conversations that have been had at this stage between the ICT team and the vendors for both of the products that we're talking about. Robust conversation ensuring that the solution for council is the right one. So we are making the right decisions in deferring the implementation. You will be aware that we had a couple of outstanding audit issues that we were waiting for the CI Anywhere implementation to help solve some of those. So that'll be an issue that we will discuss with QAO when they're on site. So as we push out implementation dates, they will impact on some of these solutions that we're hoping to achieve by moving to the CI Anywhere environment.
Okay, thank you. So timeline, when do you see this actually happening?
They're both in for next year to finish the implementations.
Okay,
so that's our existing solutions. We are also looking at like the end-to-end process for our people. So from recruitment, onboarding, straight through to performance appraisal, performance management, and through to the payroll system. We're looking at that end-to-end solution. Technology One does have a product which we are assessing. So our digital transformation journey it's ongoing. We haven't invested as we should have, and I think councils are very aware of that. We now have a 3-year roadmap which has been to council, which has been to the audit committee, and now we are engaging with the staff throughout the organisation, so the staff are aware what that means for them. We're still doing several hundred manual timesheets every day, which is a challenge in the operational area. So they're the challenges we're looking at and the solutions, but we want to make sure that the solutions that we are implementing are the right solutions.
Thank you. So then on 103, page 103 or 83, is it on right up the top, seconds for response time customer service telephone inquiries. It mentions there in the performance area, increased call volumes resulting from general rates due date. And then it says, and overdue notices being issued. I was just curious how overdue notices being issued impacted on calls to council.
Yeah, just when ratepayers receive their notices, they usually make phone calls. We can tell exactly, like the rates team will let the customer service team know the rate notices, overdue notices are being issued. So issued now, so you can anticipate a flurry of calls coming in from ratepayers. Some may have missed them, or some just want to phone up and make the payment. So we know what happens when rate notices go out and when the overdue notices go out, and that does result in an uplift in calls.
Thank you. That's it from me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Any other questions, councillors, for Finance and Business? Anne-Marie, if I could, on page 92 of Board Books, and then subsequently 93, but 92, just highlighting right down the bottom, KPI 6839, invoices paid within council terms, noting 81.4%, which is 5,413 paid within terms, which is in the 14 days of invoice, which is a pretty good result. I know it's got an amber light or an asterisk. But the next page is a question really that perhaps you can enlighten us on. Up the top, talking about percent of invoices not receipted at the end of the month, and that's, you know, over double what was expected. 297 unpaid invoices due for payment held at month end. So in one case we're paying the invoices, but then we're not receiving them in that time frame. Did you want to just mention that? I mean, vacancies seem to be a theme, and councillors have mentioned this on a couple of occasions as to what impact the vacancies are having on the organisation. We're starting to see this. It's a bit like the cash rate going up by the Reserve Bank. It's taking time for this to materialise in the organisation, and this seems to be one of those examples. Does this, noting of our local procurement and local spend, this is a key part of that. Do you have any thoughts on how to address it, other than obviously more people?
So I can tell you what happened here. We're transitioning the last two branches to the centralised procurement hub. With one branch, there were 2 vacancies transferred, which meant that we had to go through the full recruitment process. Those positions were recruited within the team, which meant that we still had 2 vacancies in the team that we had to fill. And with the other branch that we were transitioning was an employee on long-term leave. So again, we didn't have the actual employee there. That's now being sorted, but only this month. So what we're doing now is working in these 2 operational areas, and we know that these unreceipted invoices are from the areas that haven't been centralised to the procurement hub. So that was my first question when I had a look at, you know, reviewing the red dots. So we're hoping to see some improvement, and that will flow directly to that 14 days date of invoice. And that 14 days date of invoice was always a significant stretch target for us, but we know that, you know, our ratepayers pay accurately on time, and that's something that we can give back to the community, is ensuring that we're paying our suppliers on that 14 days. So we try, you know, 85% of the invoices is our target, to pay them within that 14 days.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Anne-Marie. Any other questions? Councillor Nettie?
Sorry, I did still have 2 more over the page I didn't see. So on page 108, down the bottom, the very last one, it says internal HR projects developed, excuse me, and delivered during the period. And the commentary mentions 4 of those, but it says 7 in the actuals of the 9 target. So I just wondered, do we know what the 7 are?
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Brian is out of the room, but I note Owen is here today. Owen, welcome to you. Would you like to come forward, Owen, and perhaps you can answer questions relating to PCE? Thank you, Owen. Appreciate that. So you've heard the councillor's question, Owen, in regard to this one? Thank you. Just the right button on the device there. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm not aware of the 7 outstanding projects, the 9 or some of the 9 listed, other than the APA project. The review and implementation of a revamped APA is certainly one of the 7 which is outstanding. The comment or the background narrative for this is that the 12, which is the annual target, in hindsight was quite an ambitious target, and as a result they're struggling, or the team is struggling to meet the...
Oh, and just checking that we've got the right one here. Perhaps David could assist just to make sure you've got the right one there, Dave.
Page 88.
You just pass that over to Owen, so we've got the right one.
Down the bottom.
Yeah. 7 out of the 9 are completed. Yep, thank you. That's good. We'll get the right one there.
I'll have to take that one on notice and come back to you to articulate the projects which are still outstanding.
Thanks, Owen. So then on the next page, if we could go to page 89, the second one down, the second KPI down, percentage employee relations service level agreements met, and there was no commentary on that. 75% was the actual.
There's no SLAs currently in place. The rationale for the 75 is that we've been trying to identify a number of practical and substantive ways of both measuring and reporting on ER activities. And at this stage, we're still working through. There's two minor ones which we've identified for the next year's ops plan, which go to acknowledging people's complaints and also getting back to them once a fact-finding process where that's been undertaken is completed. But aside from that, we haven't identified any for this particular financial year. The main struggle for the team has been trying to work out standards of delivery. We've noticed over the last 12 months that there's significant variation in terms of because of complexity, and as a result we haven't identified any practical SLAs beyond those two which I referred to, which we're incorporating or intending to incorporate in the next year's ops plan.
Thanks, Owen. So I just wonder whether that actual should be different and that a comment be put in there explaining why or what in relation to the SLAs, because 75% isn't really reflective of what was just said. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, essentially the 75% refers to the work done in terms of the review process. You're quite right in terms of reporting on KPIs. That's probably not a fair explanation as to where the that piece of work is at. I'll work with Brian Pigeon to make some amendments to that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Owen. Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Any more questions for Finance and Business? If not, we will move to ISG, and then we might just have a 5-minute break after ISG, if that's okay. So thank you, Owen, for your presence there today. Appreciate that. Mike, welcome to you, and Eric. Appreciate your attendance today. So, councillors, this starts on page 111 on board books and works its way through. Thank you, Mike. Welcome to you. So, councillors, questions in regard to ISG for Mike? Any questions? Councillor James?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just bringing them up here. 100 and page I'm referring to here, sorry, 123. Just was curious around the percentage yearly to date drainage related customer requests. So just saying pathway requests completed behind those timeframes, continue to review the processes. I know you mentioned in recent times we've had more and more pathways in this area in particular than ever before. So is that an area at all of concern in regards to being able to deliver upon our expectations and our timeframes, or do you think this is just a spike at the moment and it'll even out? It's so page one. Sorry, what am I talking? No, sorry, it's page 123 board books.
123 board books, or 102.
102 of the document down the bottom one there. So the year to date percentage drainage related customer requests completed within agreed timeframes. So the actual as opposed to the target are obviously there's a gap there, and I guess I was curious around your thoughts. Is that an area of concern? I know you've mentioned numerous times that we've had an increase in pathways in this particular area. Is it just a spike at the moment that'll level out and we can achieve those targets, or is it an area of concern moving forward that needs to be assessed and adequately resourced, or is it going to be a shortfall that we'll continuously see? Because that's one that obviously affects those in the community if there's requests put out there and we're unable to meet those time frames at the moment.
It's probably a mix of a few things, as you've sort of pointed out there. From a operations perspective, obviously it's responding where they can to the requests that are coming. So this is on the operations side. So cleaning culverts out, or where queries have come for drainage maintenance to be done. So it does also get programmed from a point of view of prioritisation. So, you know, but at the moment I'm not hearing up through the team other than, you know, there's a few challenges there, be it resources or budgets and different things like that, but there's nothing that is of a high priority nature that's not being done.
Okay, so we can just monitor that. And one further, Chair, if I can, and then Mike, page 136 of board books or 115 of the report. So it's just in regards to the bottom one again now. It's just to understand. So it says to continue implementing, forgot that one, yeah, continue implementing actions from the regional road safety strategy. We've got a few things listed there. And then the mark there of 60. How's that measured? Like as a percent? Like I know that's obviously a percentage. What's like, you know, is it because when we say the description to continue implementing actions, is it 5 actions a year, 10? Like how's that actually a measurement?
The regional road safety strategy 1923, we actually brought back just recently, probably about 2 months ago, it must have been March. We had Dr. Jason Della here and we did a presentation on how we'd progressed with that strategy. It's really what's being done throughout the year, so it's the progress there is probably against what we're hoping to achieve this year. Just whilst we're on that, it's National Road Safety Week next week in Australia. So there's a few things there, so that links in, and then the following week there's Fatality Free Friday, so there's a couple of those. So there's a couple of points through the year, and obviously this is progress on different actions that we're doing through the year that happen at different, you know, the different quarters. So this being the 4th quarter there. In regards to all the actions and strategies within the road safety strategy itself, as we did present to council, some of those obviously are ongoing, like our involvement with initiatives like next week, but there's some there that we need to rely on state and federal government to be partners with, and that's what we presented to council in regards to the review of the road safety strategy that we're doing. We're looking at a different way of presenting that going forward. So in the next strategy, so that it's clearer exactly what council will do itself,
yeah,
and then what others that will link into.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Actually, thanks for jogging my memory. I remember that briefing, and as Jason went through it, and we sort of identified there's probably some key areas in that need a bit more refining, or that are a little bit more achievable or tangible, whatever you want to say. So I guess moving forward, this is around the implementing of actions from that strategy. That could be a KPI that changes depending on what we do with that actual strategy, or what the actions come out of that, I would imagine.
Yes, and the work that's been done in behind the scenes, obviously, we're working on that. There'll be another presentation to council in the next few months for in respect to, inverted commas, the draft strategy going forward, and what we've come up with, and then obviously council will have that opportunity to have some further input, and as you say, the link across then back to the operational plan can be sort of reviewed as the year progresses as well.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Netchie.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, just on page 120 on board books, or 99 in the report, there's 4 items there, 7324, 7326, 7331 and 7342. Could you elaborate on those 4 for me, please?
Yep. So with 3 of them, so that's the footpath and cycleway program, which is 7324, 7331 and 7342. Obviously this is a report at the end of 3rd quarter. I'm quite confident that those 3 programs are progressing for 42. for completion this financial year. So it's really a timing thing there in regards to those three. That said, just with the gravel resheet program, a lot of that has been tied to our delivery of the flood program as well. So we've sort of integrated the two programs as much as the report here is in respect to gravel resheeting in regards to other works, but the two tie together as far as when we schedule and program things. In regards to 7326, the reconstruction program, there's in respect to, this is C&M Central, they don't actually have a reconstruction project in itself this financial year, as in on ground. They've got a couple that are in design phase this financial year. So it should have probably read more that projects are in design phase only and measured against just the phase of the project that we're in respect to that.
So it'll only be design, nothing else delivered in that?
Yeah, they don't have, we don't, our program's reduced over time to, they've got rehab program, we've got those footpaths and that, but from a central reconstruction perspective, there's no, it's a fairly limited program in the central area.
Okay, thank you. So then, page 137, if I could, please. Where are we? Oh yeah, that was that black spot one that Councillor James was talking about. So I was wondering there, with the black spot funding that we have received, and it could be in the report somewhere, we know how big these reports are, how are we going with the current black spot funding that we have received and that project delivery based on that?
Yep. The project's Perth and Curzon is underway. So they're doing the early works there, the drainage and water mains and the like. We are probably behind where we wanted to be for this time of year on those programs. They will, those projects will slip into, they'll be part of our carryover into at least the first quarter of the next financial year. But in respect to the current, so it comes down to timing and things like that, but they're happening. It's just they'll probably slip here. They'll be part of our carryover.
Okay, and what timeline have we got to complete them by? Around the funding that's provided?
Yeah, no, we're still within the funding and funding timelines that we have with government, and we liaise with them pretty closely on programs such as this one.
Okay, so we don't know what.
Oh, I can't give you the date off the top of my head, but we're not in a position of concern with the funding timeline on these projects.
Okay, thank you. So then on the next page, about halfway down, 6857, develop the flood risk management plans for the medium risk townships. It says there offers to be invited for consultancy services to progress this work. Have those invitations gone out?
I'll have to check specifically on that question. As it's noted there, we've had a bit of change within our drainage planning team over the last 6 to 12 months, and resourcing has been one of those challenges there. So being away last month, I'll have to just take that one on note, and we'll come back with an answer on where that's at.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so sorry, going back to page 121. Sorry about that, Mike.
No, that's good.
Missed one that I had. 121, which is about the delivery of private works to main roads. I just wondered if we could get an update on what works have been done there compared with the work still to be done on our own network, including the flood works. As you know, I'm always concerned about making sure that we deliver all of our roadworks maintenance, having priority over the private works that we do.
So we do RMPC contract with TMR, but I'll let Eric, through you, Chair, if that's okay, just to make comment there.
Yeah, and on our own roadworks, we've expended all of our budget pretty well. We have we're overspent in our road maintenance budget, so we have fully done the. Yeah, we're trying to cut back because we've overexpended in our roadworks budget for our own roadworks. With TMR, we're actually in the same case because of the state of the network. TMR they've been able to find some additional money to provide us with. So we're also continuing to do flood recovery works. We're only doing the RMPC. We're not doing additional works for TMR with focusing on it. But in terms of our own roadworks, we're overexpending our budget because of what we have to do. So we have to try and constrain that as best we can to come within our budget constraints. We have flood recovery works, which we're progressing on. The priority works where we have some approvals at the moment, but we're held up a little bit there in terms of approvals and not doing too much outside of that. So in the direct question, does the TMR work impact on our ability to give our own work? Not at the moment. It hasn't at all because we've overexpended our own maintenance budget. We're waiting on approvals for flood recovery work, and we're only doing minimal works actually in TMR and keeping the network, trying to keep the network safe.
Thank you. And I understand, I acknowledge that you guys have got your hands full, but can you just help me understand how that relates to the previous page?
So if you look at the previous page, so we've got, inverted commas, maintenance teams, and then we have capital teams, okay, in regards to teams doing work. So that our teams don't chop and change between doing maintenance one day and doing a capital job the next day. So when we look at footpath projects and stuff like that, we've got a concrete crews that are experienced and skilled in that space. So they just move through the program through the year, and it's not just footpaths they do a significant variety of concrete type works. So they've got those skill sets. When we look at things like asphalt and reseals, the vast majority, all of that is contracted out. So that's locally through contracts that we write on an annual basis. So that's done through external means. When it comes to resheet, again, the resheet program can be delivered both by either capital crews or maintenance crews. But as I've said, we've got a lot of the maintenance grader crews and that working on the DFRA program and integrating into that the gravel resheeting. And we tend to do the gravel resheeting in the second half of the financial year. It tends to work in best from a program point of view. So as I've said before, this is up to third quarter. So those works, I do know that some of the gravel resheets are all being done at the moment. So, and that's in our group report that comes to council on a monthly basis. So that's all picked up there.
Okay, so the works that I'm confused, I'm sorry, and I don't want to take up too much time. If need be, we can take this offline and get it all written out in an email, but I thought the works were all done for the roadworks that we have in our budget for this year were all done. Isn't that what you just said before?
Eric was talking maintenance specifically. So capital, so what you've got on page 120 of 333, those programs, okay, are all capital programs. So they're capital budget programs. Okay, so that's where that's what they're reported against.
Okay, so splitting straws, I guess. Okay, thank you. I'm still confused, to be honest.
Okay, perhaps there might be some clarification if Mike wanted to shoot something or could, just to explain that a little further, then that might be useful for councillors. Now, Councillor Bill?
Through you,
sorry.
The operational plan is set up that we're reporting against capital programs. which is under the capital budget. So the maintenance, we pick up maintenance elements more through customer requests and things like that. That's how the KPIs tend to that. So when you're looking at maintenance per se, like we don't have KPIs in there, the number of potholes that we've patched or the number of drains that we've cleaned out or any of that. That's our operational plan does not deal with maintenance in that way. We deal with maintenance from a customer request perspective and discuss that sort of in that operational side, just to give clarity there.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you. You may recall that my original question was how much of our works have been done for council's budget versus the private works that we are doing, and I was advised that all of our money had been expended on our road works, not to do with potholes or anything like that, but that the works had all been done. And so then I asked the question on the previous page where it says no gravel resheets undertaken, delivery of remainder of the asphalt projects in the original program is 80% at the moment, so some still to be done. And my question, and reconstruction program, 0, no projects delivered to date. So that was what I queried, and I don't understand how we can say that we've done it all, but then it's got 0 there. So that's my confusion. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What Eric commented on then, when you compared the RMPC, which is road maintenance performance contract, what we do for TMR and this financial year is pretty much linked to maintenance works. So when he was talking broadly about what we do and what we do for them, he was comparing the two, the maintenance works that we do for TMR versus the maintenance works that we do for ourselves. So that was what he was responding to. So I apologise if there's a little bit of misunderstanding there. In respect to the page 120, each the footpath programs these programs are programs that sit within council's capital works program for delivery in the year. We tend to have different crews, generally speaking, working on these works. So when we talk in respect to these works, it's each of those programs where each of those are at. And as I mentioned in regards to gravel resheets, they're connected. We've been working, linking the DFRA program work that we're doing with our own gravel resheet program. So it's probably the way this year's there's an overlap between the two programs. So that said, our funding from a capital perspective will be fully expended in respect to gravel resheeting under the capital works program by the end of this financial year. So that I'm just trying to give some clarity. Hopefully it hasn't confused it anymore.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Bill and then Councillor Mel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mike, you've answered most of my questions that I had that were similar. Obviously, it would appear that without page numbers, just a general comment, the reseal and asphalt program is a timing thing that is likely to be completed?
Yeah, I'm coming back and only in discussions in this last fortnight. They're all but 100% completed now. There's just some tidy ups happening, and obviously the accounts and that. So at the end of third quarter, we actually tried to do these in the second and third quarter every year. So they are, from an annual perspective, they're a bit behind what we were aiming for, but they're all going to be 100% completed for this financial year.
So, and that's notwithstanding, we're looking at within the context of what council allowed. When you say capital and maintenance, I mean, if we don't invest in those programs to a level, we end up with an inordinate amount of maintenance, because, so it's something we need to keep an eye on moving forward, as you've more than ably indicated to us at budget consideration times.
Most definitely, and this is our capital renewal programs that you're seeing there. Okay, the reseals, the gravel resheets, the rehab, the asphalt. So those renewal programs are critical to ultimately, as you mentioned, we've got a sort of dual impact of a decreasing renewal budget and the DFRA works that we've got to do. So obviously that will put pressure on the maintenance and operations budgets. So that, as you say, Councillor Carl, has been noted to Council a few times.
Yeah, it becomes important where the money bucket's spent on an accounting definition as well. It becomes potentially worse for us. Anyway, that's my view. But no, thanks, Mike. You've answered the question. Just an observation, I think we need to keep a close eye on it, because the proportional spend will change if we're not keeping a close eye on it.
Thanks, so Councillor Carroll. Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Carroll.
Morning, Mike. Thank you. I think you've answered my first question, too, if I may, please, Chair, through you. Just going back to the black spot funding, from memory, the two projects that were won in that we submitted in July 2022 was Mackenzie and Margaret and Hume and Bridge. Is that correct? Yep. So I just can't find it in my board books here, but there was mention of we're still waiting on TMR criteria to come through. Is that correct? There was some wording in one of the comments. So is it in design phase, or where are we at with those? I can take it on notice.
I might take it on notice and just come back to Council, unless, Eric, you've got a...
Because we have chatted about that a few times and looking at the new design that was a possibility. So just want to know where we're at.
Far away from commencing, but I'll just hand over to Eric.
Those two specific projects are in design phase now. They're not waiting on clarification from TMR. I think the comment you may be referring to is about future guidelines.
Oh, okay, right.
They're waiting for some clarification around the guidance on what the future. They might have tweaked the black spot funding requirements for future applications, not for the current ones.
I was a bit confused by that, so thank you very much. So they're currently in design phase and about to commence?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so we might have a look at that. Thank you. My second question, if I may, please, on page 138 of Board Books, 117 on the report, number 07055, the last one, revised the 2014 Stormwater Management Strategy. Just looking at how old that strategy is, Mike, and knowing that stormwater is, with all the flooding issues that we've had, is quite an important strategy that we need to be looking at. I believe, in my opinion, stormwater is something we need to be constantly looking at. It's not where we wanted it in the region. So just wondering, it's at 30%. Where are we at, and what's the ETA on that strategy coming to council?
It'll be next financial year, in respect to anything coming to council. So this project will continue into the next financial year. So from a resourcing point of view, we've got our principal position filled there, and that's only happened in the last couple of months. And there's been a couple of other younger resources that have come in there, engineering resources, so they're coming up to speed with what we're trying to achieve in that space. So I've got a fair bit of confidence that we'll see that move forward, progress fairly well in the next 12 months.
Thanks, Mike. So would we expect it in this term, or do you think possibly next term?
Let me come back to you on that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. The Stormwater Management Strategy 2014, yes, has been done, and actually, you know, the resources that have been put towards it, it's a budgetary thing as well as having human resources. My comment was around the gravel resheet program, and just to, I think I am correct in saying that some of that will hand back because it'll double up with the DRF, with the flood recovery. Some of the gravel resheet will also be captured under the flood recovery. Is that correct, Mr Brady?
Yes, but we don't, there's, inverted commas, no handback. It just works in when you say there's works to be done under DFRA, and then there's gravel resheet program, which is more done as capital renewal. A lot of the work, gravel work that we're doing under DFRA is operational maintenance level gravel resheeting, because the quantum of funding or elements that QRA are approving. So what we do to optimise is we basically run the two programs concurrently and support the work that we're doing under the DFRA.
And that's actually what I meant.
Yeah.
How I put it, that's actually how I meant, just so the councillors can understand that. They'll, because the same thing happened in 2011, and there was a bit of each. So thank you.
That's correct.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. You raised a point that I wanted to just raise and see what the possibilities are of doing this, and if it's practical to do it, General Manager Mike, and that is the DRFA, and obviously it's a large amount of work, and we know that the timelines and all those sorts of things may well be a bit fluid at the moment. But given there's the number of events, and within your report, some of it refers to DRFA and what have you, I just wonder whether, from a transparency and clarity for the organisation and for councillors, if DRFA could actually be a separate part of the plan and include both in two parts, the capital and the operational, and report by event, so from the February 22, etc. Is that something that would not be overly onerous to the organisation to produce that, Mike? Or just given the emphasis on the enormity of that program, and not in isolation across other projects that we have across the region, is that something that would be easily or manageable to produce as part of this, noting that we looked at an operational plan draft for next financial year, and this would be in addition to that, and I know David's writing feverishly here as well. Is that something to assist the organisation and councillors and the community to keep an eye on how things are tracking with that?
Yep. Firstly, for 23-24 and at least 24-25, the program that we have is just the 2022 flood recovery program. So though we had quite a number of events out of last year, what we'll see in the next 18 months, 2 years, is just the 2022 flood recovery program. So that DFRA will be wrapped up under one, unless we have any other future events. So it's just one program. There's a significant, probably close to 80% of that program is probably operationally based from a, inverted commas, a budget perspective, and the other roughly 20% or so in the capital space. We could obviously, I think I'll work with Zip Manager Dave Quinlan here and just check what we already do have in response. I think we do note DFRA in the current draft 23-24 program, but I'll look at that and we'll just have a quick look at how we've got that broken up. But if it's council's desire to see the split between capital and operation, that can be potentially done. But that'll be a, inverted commas, a financial split as much as anything else.
No, I appreciate that, Mike, and given the, I guess, the cash flow, all those things that are coming through as challenges for us with that, it would be useful, I think, just at that higher level for us too. But I'm more than happy for you to take that offline and talk with David and see what's practically can be done.
We also are proposing an information session to council in the not too distant future, and I think it would be worthwhile that we do that a couple of times a year just to give council some updated insight into that. As you say, it is a considerable expenditure in the next 2 years.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. That's terrific. So, councillors, any more questions for ISG? If there's no more questions for ISG, can I ask for an adjournment of the meeting for 12 minutes? Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Okay, councillors, we're just a minute away from getting ready. Kirsten's just preparing things. Okay, councillors, we'll continue on with our operational plan, which is item number 3, finance and business for the month, and welcome Nicola to come forward. Welcome, Nicola, GM of Planning and Development. Councillors, there has been a request from officers, if you wouldn't mind, not only identifying the board books number, which will help Kirsten, but also the number that's in the operational plan. That's the page number, just to assist the officers, because they, by and large, just have the book itself. So thank you for that. So welcome, Nicola. Councillors, we move to questions for the operational report for planning and development. And I'll open the floor up for questions. Any questions, councillors, in regard to planning and development? So we can cover off, Councillor Carroll, in regard to the change that's proposed, which is the change you're referring to is on page 191 of board books. So we can cover off on that one now if you like, because it's the two changes are within planning and development, so we'll do that at the same time. So on board books it's page 191, but on the actual, I don't even know, I haven't got a page number for that one, I'm afraid, but it's right at the end. 3 of 8, is it? Councillor Carroll, would you like to raise this one?
Mr Chair, the Toowoomba Railway Goods Shed business plan and business case has been taken out of there, and I'd actually like to see it, excuse me, I'd like to see it left in there. I realise that there's no money for it, but that actually happened with the railway parklands years ago, and then when the new council came in, nobody had any idea of what was going on with it. We actually have somewhat of a stranded asset there because it has gotten to where it was, went over in cost, supported by the money supported from the state government, and then our own community money has gone into it. It needs to be, at some stage in the future, certainly needs a kitchen, very difficult, those sorts of things, but that would come out in a business plan and a business case. And I believe that it needs to be left in there. There is precedent, there are other things that are left in there that are unfunded, and I'd like to see that left in there, thank you, so that we can realise that asset in a meaningful way for our community. Thank you.
So we might just ask Nicola, would you like to make comment on this, noting that we in fact it's replica of the draft for next year as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the Chair. My concern with leaving items in there that are unfunded is that it does reflect in the overall statistics. So if you look at page 144 of board books, we've got the milestone analysis there, and it includes tasks against SPED that cannot be achieved because they're simply not funded. So my preference is that where projects aren't funded because operationally they're not going to be able to be completed, we perhaps have include a list at the end so we can take those forward, because ultimately I will always be explaining against these statistics which show that we're not performing in those areas, and it's simply not an accurate representation.
Thank you, through you, Mr Chair. Thank you very much, Nicola. And I'll be happy with that. I don't want it to fall off. We have lighting in there which hasn't been funded, and in my view this is just as important to make that asset more usable and more user-friendly, and I'm happy as long as a note is made of it and it's not forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, Chair, unfortunately I didn't take the documents, page numbers, but the general statement is the Railway Goods Shed, Creative Lighting, JW, the John Deere and Wall Shed, and I've got a question mark around Bridge Street Quarry even. The operational plan is our commitment to the community. If we know we're not going to spend money, then I concur with GM Nicola. It is not a true reflection of what we're delivering. We should take them out, keep them on a list, and that should be it. I mean, otherwise, if we do it for planning and development, what else do we do it with across the business? And then pretty soon, Anne-Marie's pulling her hair out because trying to manage in a sort of fashion carryovers, commitments with no funding, you know, so we need to keep it tidy. We should take all of those things out, anything like that, anything in the business, not just think about the portfolio and keep it nice and clean, and then we get a true and accurate or a more accurate reflection, some integrity around the reporting and our management so that we can hold our hand on our heart at the end of the operational plan and the financial year and say, look, we delivered X amount of the budget, the operational budget. So.
Yeah, no, I think the, pardon me, the draft plan for next year is reflective of exactly what you've said, Councillor Carlin. Obviously, it's part of the adoption of the budget, and that's our commitment. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I agree with that, but I just wonder how do we ensure that these projects are considered each financial year? And if you think about the lighting strategy that's sitting in there and it's not funded, and you know there's a will around the room that that lighting strategy be done because of the ambience it's going to create in a CBD that's struggling at the moment. So I just wonder what process we can put in place to ensure that they are considered each year with our budget.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and perhaps Nicola might answer that question, and more broadly across the organisation too. David, this isn't just particularly around, as Councillor Carl said, but this is an example. Thanks, David.
Through you, Chair, I think it raises a fairly obvious point that when we build our operational plan each year, that is indeed meant to go hand in glove with the budget for that year and rolling out the corporate plan. And of course, Council will always have choices to make, balancing resources with the desire for service provision. It'd be fair to say that we don't always have the resources to do everything that we would like to do, and decisions have to be made. My recollection was at the beginning of the fiscal year, or prior to the beginning of the year, the operational plan for this year was approved. The budget came down at a time after the initial ops plan was approved. We chose to leave things in there, hoping that there may be some benefit or uplift in budget as we went along through the year, and that hasn't occurred. With the further complication of securing human resources as well, we haven't been able to do that. So that's why we've put in the recommendation to remove it. But each year when we develop our new operational plan, that's the time for considering, well, what goes in, and Council has that opportunity.
Thank you. So I just wonder as a follow-up, I'm thinking 3 really easy ones. I could even add a 4th one. So Quarry Gardens, Goods Shed, lighting strategy, and Frayling Park, which we're still waiting to come back to us. So these ones, where will they sit within the organisation so that they are considered each year during budget? That's my question.
Through you, Chair, what I'd be suggesting in this year, if we are to remove this, we will put the fact that they have been removed in the front part of this report, which we report on each quarter, and we can leave that in the first part of this report, that there were those milestones that we removed. We can make reference to that in this report and consider that as part of the build of the operational plan. Now, We were talking to council in information session in relation to that quite recently. We do have to present that, I think, in a special meeting on the 6th of June with budget, so there's very little time left. I think we sent out an email saying that we basically have to have the changes to the ops plan for next year in the bag by tomorrow to get that in time for that meeting.
Okay, thank you. So that's for the ops plan, but the funding of those projects, which is what we're really talking about, is that comes down to the budget. So we need to find a way to trigger that. For example, did we consider, with our current preparations for next year's budget, did we consider what works would be done on the quarry garden, what work would be done on the lighting strategy, what work would be done on the goodshed? So if we didn't consider that in this upcoming budget, we've got a flaw in our system, and we need to try and find a way to trigger it so that we've got a list of all these projects that are wish lists, they're not need to be delivered, that need to be considered against all of, and you know, we all understand that our budget's under stress, but we do need to go through a process. Yeah, thank you.
We basically, what we need is like a repository of where all of these ideas are put that have had a council decision on them at some point to see where they are, so they're revisited in the whole budget process from the start of that process. And I think that would then bring rise to a conversation of A, will they be budgeted for, and B, where do they fit within that operational plan? So somewhere within that, and David suggested at the front of this op plan, maybe there's another space for that from a capital program as to where that may be. It's something you could take offline, David, perhaps.
Through you, Chair, I think the points you've made, Councillor Summerfield, we might take that offline, and finance and others, ELT will talk about how we capture these things. And
thank you. Did anyone else have their hand up? No? Okay. Yes, sorry, Nancy. Sorry, Councillor.
I was waiting till others had asked their question, sorry. So on page 150 or 128 in the paper copy, we've got 6954 and 7007 KPIs. I'm just confused by that and just wanted some explanation if I could, please.
Thank you, Councillor. For those, both of those where they haven't met the targets, they generally involve quite complex applications, and you can see there that of the 4 of the 5 applications for the code accessible reconfiguring, there was it did not meet those timeframes. And then again down below with the impact accessible material changes of use, we had 2 would have met the time frame and 1 not, and that could simply be a delay of just days, but ultimately we report against whether we do meet those time frames.
Okay, thank you. So, and I understand that. So now, do we have to report that when we don't meet our statutory time frames? Is there a process we have to follow?
That's a good question. I'll take that on notice, because there are some instances where each month we have to report if there's non-compliance, for example, with the statutory time frame. For those in particular, I'm not sure, so I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Thank you. 154, which is 132. The Toowoomba City Centre. Oh, that's the lighting. So I just wondered what. We'll skip that one. And then 158. I looked at the reporting for the new planning scheme, and we've got in there 50% of the target has been met, and understanding that, you know, we have concerns there. Are we comfortable with the reporting that's been put into there, including the way it's been worded?
Thank you, Councillor. So the Green Infrastructure Strategy is being developed, and it will be incorporated as as things are
Sorry,
developed in the
sorry,
plan.
Nicole, you're talking about the one above that,
I'm
Councillor
talking about
Summerfield?
the top.
Yeah, so it's KPI 7279.
Yeah,
Is that the
sorry, I
one?
should have explained.
Yeah, that's just, it just talks about drafting the Toowoomba Region Planning Scheme, Nicole.
Talks about slippage. So I just wonder whether we're comfortable with that wording, and understand you might be limited in what you say, but
Thank you, councillor. So with respect to the progress on anything that we report on, if there are any differences in this quarter to what we'll report on next quarter, they will be shown in the ops plan quarterly for the next quarter.
okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Councillor Bill, and then the Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Nicole or Heath or any of the planning staff, I'm happy to be corrected on this, but just to give some context to those two items that Councillor Nancy raised on page 150 of board books, 128 of the report, those statutory timeframes, it's my humble view that it is very, very challenging for officers when they put an information request in and the applicant it's totally at their discretion as to when they get that back. They can also halt the entire application process, which leaves officers in the blocks, very much so, at the end of the process, where they're then required in a rush to make some determinations. So, you know, in an ideal world, if the application's made properly, there is a very low chance of information requests from the officers who have a job to protect council and the public's interest. So that's some of the complexities around meeting statutory timeframes in a system that we as council have to work underneath. That was revamped last term before last, so-called revamped. I think it made a lot of complexities for local government, to be honest. But anyway, I'm happy to be corrected, Nicola, but I think we need to have some context around that, understanding that it is really difficult sometimes, notwithstanding we meet most of those commitments, and lots of applications are made properly.
Thank you, councillor, and through the chair. So time is obviously a very valuable, the most valuable commodity when we're dealing with quite limited statutory timeframes. What we've done from an internal perspective is we have an internal referral partnership agreement. So we've had an independent review to look at how time is allocated within our organisation between our network partners. I will be speaking about that in the ordinary meeting, and it will now be part of my group report. So we looked at ways to make sure that we can be as efficient and effective as possible. Sometimes you just get really, really complex applications that take more than the statutory time frame. And it's not uncommon for developers to work with us, so they'll stop the clock and those types of things because they appreciate the difficulties for council officers. In addition, there have been, for a lot of these applications, they do require information and expertise from the various network partners. So it's not, these are not simple applications where it's just a matter of the planning team having a look and providing guidance. It is an area that we are working very closely with our internal partners and our external partners, and it's we're getting a lot of the issues resolved in that space. So I'm really pleased that a lot of the conflicts have been resolved, and there is sort of efficiency and effectiveness that we're focusing on in terms of our service delivery there.
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the answer. Councillor Antonio, Mayor.
Go to page 132 and beginning with KP 107223, then going down that page and going to the next page, there's a series of 4 crosses which relate to the City Centre Master Plan and Heritage Matters. Is that about resourcing that hasn't those things haven't been progressed? Is that about capability, you know, in terms of staff and having staff that can do that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. My understanding is for the city centre, I've actually got Heath here today who can speak to it, as can Tony. So for some of our projects, there has been no further funding, or we have progressed those matters to the project services team for continuation. And so for those projects, you will see that it appears as if there's a delay. But what we will do in the next quarter is provide more commentary so that you know exactly where it is within the organisation and exactly what we've completed. For example, any supporting materials or analyses.
I asked the question simply because it means heritage and it means a CBD, and I just thought there may have been a connection there. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Planning and Development, councillors? If not, thank you, Nicola, very much. Thank you for your attendance as well, Gary, Tony and Heath. Appreciate your time here today. We move forward then to the last of our groups, which is Water and Waste, and welcome Matt Torr. Welcome, Matt. So, councillors, Water and Waste, any questions for Matt for Water and Waste? Noting your KPIs, your results, Matt, overall, arguably the benchmark, the hallmark of the organisation. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Matt. So page 171 or 148 on hard copy, 7024, implement waste education and engagement strategy document. Could that strategy be circulated to us? I'm not sure that we've seen that strategy. Because I'd be interested, you know, I've spoken before about how important education is, and it's certainly been pointed out as being one of the key things as through the Council of Mayors SEQ waste strategy. So I'd be keen to see what that is, if we could.
Yeah, through the chair, we happy to distribute what we have in that regard. I know that an information session was conducted probably around 18 months ago with some of the key areas we were going to work on in relation to our waste education and engagement strategy. But I will follow up and confirm if there's a document that can be provided.
That would be awesome, thanks, given that, you know, we've now reached the point where there is such a focus on it. So then the next KPI, waste education and engagement activities per month, and it's, there's two there mentioned, Clean Up Australia Day, which we don't actually organise, and then the Reclaim Garden Project, and I don't know what that is. And there's a target of 4 and there's an actual of 64, which seems very high, given there's only two mentioned.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of how that KPI has been reported. The target's 4 per month. The 64 relates to how many have been completed so far for the year. So that just needs to be tidied up in terms of how that metric is reported.
So you just said 4 per month, did you say? Yep. So there's inconsistencies around these targets, because Nick mentioned before 2,000 trees for the quarter. I would have thought that the targets would have been for the year. I don't know. Happy to flesh that out or find out more, but we have variations of measurement.
So in this regard, I think across water and waste, most targets are set at that annual level where it's not specifically stated otherwise. So that target actually says per month, so it is different. But certainly an annual target is generally what is taken unless it's stated otherwise.
Okay, so 4 per month, and we've actually got 64 for the month. So we probably need to understand what that is.
We will have a look at that and ensure it's correct for the next reporting period.
Yeah, thank you. And then the next one down, the logistics plan, waste facility transition of the waste facility landfills to stations, and it talks about a logistics plan. It's saying it's being developed. Are you able to explain more on that, Matt, or not? I know.
Yeah, so essentially over time we'll be transitioning from having quite a number of landfills to transfer stations, and that requires a changeover of staffing and plant from landfill compactors and machinery to a transporting model, so there'll be more trucks. So it's actually looking at the time frame at which we'll make each of those steps. So we've implemented Clinton. We've got some of the other. We've implemented Yarraman. Next is Greenmount is proposed. So it's just looking at exactly when we make the move and we sell certain pieces of equipment, buy other pieces, and when we look at transitioning staff skills to align with that.
Thank you, that's good. And then on page 180, which is, can't get my pages to turn. 80 is 157 down the bottom. So do you feel that the, given the variance there with the CapEx delivery, that it's going to be on track, or?
So these figures were reported at the end of March. Looking at the end of April figures, water and waste is basically exactly on target, year to date versus actual. So we have very high confidence that we'll spend our budget for the financial year.
Good news, thank you. And then 186 is my last one. Oh no, 186 goes into the changes to the thing. Sorry, that's it from me for you, Matt. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Any other questions, Councillor, for water and waste? Other questions? Matt, just on page 179 on board books, and on your little page there, it'll be 156. It talks about number of reportable water quality incidents or events, and the comment is nil events during the March reporting period. So we're talking about the quarter, I would assume.
That's correct.
And the target was 4.5. The actual is 6, so there were none in March, but therefore there were 6 in the previous 2 months. That's how I'm reading that?
No, so we've had 6 for the year so far.
Oh, 6 for the year.
6 for the year to date, and the target year to date is 4.5.
Okay, year to date, righto. Okay, not for that quarter period. Now that's where I think maybe just needs a little bit more information in the commentary as to how that's reported, if it's separate from what we've done in the past. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Melissa?
Just on that one, thank you, Chair, sorry, apologies. Just on that, Matt, that's a little bit curious. How can you have 4.5 reportable incidents? How does that work?
So the annual target is 6, so that assumes 1 every 2 months. But because we're 3/4 of the way through the year, 3/4 of 6 is 4.5, so it's just calculated in that way.
Okay, right.
Yep.
Just as well I'm not an accountant.
Thank you. Any other questions for water and waste? If not, thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate that. David, would you like to just sum up? We've covered off on the request for change, I understand, so we should be right for you just to sum up, and we move to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank councillors for all their time this morning. Certainly taking a few things on board, particularly the way some of the targets are being reported and the confusion between monthly versus annual. We'll take that into account as we develop plans going forward as much as possible. Looked at in isolation, each KPI or milestone looks okay, but once we list them all out in tabular form, it becomes confusing as to what is a monthly report and what's an annual report. We'll try and build some consistency into that going forward. So thank you very much. Beyond that, I'd refer, Mr. Chair, to the recommendation of the report.
Thanks. Thank you very much, David, and thank you and all of your team, which is predominantly Troy. Passing our thanks to him and to all of the functional areas of council for contributing today. The recommendation is that Council note the organisational performance and adopt the recommended changes as outlined of the 2022-23 Operational Plan Quarter 3 Progress Report, July to March. Have a mover. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion's carried. Sorry, thank you, David. We move then, councillors, to item number 4, which is consideration of the draft revenue policy, which is almost an identical time to last year as we lead into the budget adoption. And welcome Shane Morris. Shane, welcome to you. Great to have your company today. And I'll let you just introduce the item and we'll go to questions. That's fine.
Good morning, councillors. This report presents the draft revenue policy for 2023-24 financial year. Council is required by legislation to review the revenue policy annually, and only minimal changes have been made when compared to last year's revenue policy, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shane. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to the policy that we've set to adopt today, which then forms part of the budget process for June? No questions in regard to that. Shane, just an item, I think, for councillors to note, as we've done in the last few months, deliberated over our rates and charges for the budget, and page 207 of board books, and it's the track changes. There's no change to this to previous years, but it just highlights what we keep at the front of our mind every time we have a budget conversation, and the organisation does the same around rates and charges determined due to consideration of the following, and it goes through Council's legislative obligations, the needs and expectations of the general community, the cost of maintaining existing facilities and necessary services, the need for additional facilities and services, equity by ensuring the fair and consistent application of lawful rating and charging principles without bias, taking into account all relevant considerations and disregarding irrelevancies such as perceived personal wealth of individual ratepayers or ratepayer clauses. And Council will also have regard to the following principles of local government: transparency of process, simplicity and efficient administration, and flexibility to take account of changes in the local economy. And I think, councillors, if we reflect on our budget discussions over the last 6 months, that's exactly what we followed. So Shane, thank you for today's report, and we look forward to seeing you in Budget Adoption Day in early June. Councillors, the recommendation is there before us that Council adopt the Revenue Policy 23-24 Attachment 1. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? That motion's carried. Thank you, Shane. We then move to item number 5, councillors, and we welcome Andrew Wegner, the Manager of Financial Services, to present Controlled Entities' quarterly financial reports as at the 31st of March 2023. Welcome to you, Andrew. I'll invite you to introduce the item and perhaps say a few words, and we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Chair, and morning, councillors. We're presenting the quarterly report for the controlled entities as at 31 March, and I'll take the reports as read.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillors, do you have any questions You're right there, Andrew. It's not a trapdoor. You haven't dropped down, thankfully. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this? I guess I wanted to say just from the outset that the reporting has matured over the last 6 to 12 months, and it's a great snapshot of areas, particularly like the pages in regard to the Empire and others in regard to that overall view of how council's progressing. Councillor Shine, do you have a question?
Just in relation to page 216, in relation to the Empire Theatre summary, it shows a $3.47 million increase in, or return in the local community between January and March. Just wondering whether this is a council-owned enterprise business, whether we alert the public to the value to the community to this extent, and whether we could do more if we haven't already done so, whether we could do more to alert the public to the excellent return on investment this council has via the Empire Theatre.
It's a good question, and sorry, what was that, Anne Marie?
Good question, and certainly raise this with the media team to get a release in relation to the survey results, which are really strong.
Yeah, it's probably the one for Toowoomba Strait Basin Enterprises return on investment there is also impressive. So perhaps there's a combination of how I guess the extra effort by council to work more closely with those control entities over the last 2 years or so has helped that reporting process and highlighted those things.
I sort of mentioned it in context of criticism sometimes from, say, the Chamber of Commerce as to that we could be doing more to help the local economy, and I think it doesn't hurt for us to let the public know what we are, in fact, already achieving.
We'll take that on board. The GM's taken that on board, Councillor Shine, so thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Councillor Nancy and then Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Andrew. I just wondered, what are we doing now? What process are we following to report on John Derry and Woolshed, noting that it's now within the fold of council, but we did agree that we would keep that operating separately so that we understood what it was still continuing to cost council. So I just wondered, what's the reporting process? There probably is one in place and I've forgotten it, but I just wondered if you could help out there.
Yes, so John Derry and Woolshed no longer is considered a controlled entity. It's more just a cost centre or part of a branch operational budget. So that currently sits under property services, as I understand it. So it'd be more of a case of having a reporting line through potentially a group report would be probably a better place for updates from John Derry and Woolshed.
We have previously asked that it be continued to be reported to council, and it would be good to see what that looks like as a whole, not just what property services is costing, but as a whole, including events and everything that happen out there, that we actually fully understand the business still, that we agreed that we would still be able to monitor what it is costing us while ever it remains within council.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, once again, yeah, so property services, it's probably where more the John Derry and Woolshed is operating from, and so those costs and functions are through that space, I believe, at this stage, but I can follow it up with property services.
Thanks, Andrew. I vaguely recall, well, last month there was a part of Nick's report in regard to JWS. There was some information, but perhaps Megan, as the accountant allocated to that area, might have different ideas on how we can report that monthly as well, or quarterly even, would be useful. So that's all, Councillor Nancy, from you. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Chair. Page 224 of Board Books with TSB, it talks about how TSBE is implementing a customer relationship management CRM system. Now, this might be a question for Greg when he comes to Chamber, but you know, I see CRM and I think dollars because they don't come cheap. And there's sort of not, and this is an overview, so it's no criticism, but there's not a lot of information that is provided there. I mean, do we have an understanding about the level of sophistication for that CRM? Is it the scale that we should be understanding that the financial implications of that, or is it in a much more simplistic form that doesn't really require additional attention?
You want to answer that one, Andrew? But I note we have got a session, I thought, coming up. TSB are presenting to us not too far away, so it's probably
I
going to be
can
good
ask
one.
Greg, when
Yeah,
the
be a good one.
CEO performed.
Andrew, do you
Yeah,
reckon?
I suppose functionally the question would be more appropriate for TISB to explore that with
Okay,
council
I'll do that,
to go
thanks.
through how that functions. Financially, as far as I'm aware, that is actually funded through the funds that they either self-generate or part of this community service obligation. We already provide funding support through to them, so I don't believe there's any further call, or I'm not hoping for any further call on budget funds for council.
It's something we can make a note of, and perhaps Anne-Marie's made a note there just to make contact as well. Any other questions, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. On page 218 of board books, I can't find it's the current performance report there for Empires. Just doesn't have a page number on the report, I don't think. Anyway, original budget 1.2, grants, subsidies, contributions, donations. Is that the total amount that council contributes to that entity?
Actually, the next page might give you that answer, Councillor Carl. I think at the top of the next page, it just explains things a little bit clearer, and then underneath it says Toowoomba Regional Council funding, and then it talks about the acquittal of the Toowoomba Regional Council funding as well.
Oh, right. So, yep, okay, so that's, I see that.
That's what I
And
say, that's reporting's very good for us to have.
Yeah. So that's inclusive of, wait, so that's basically operating costs, yes. No further questions. I'm just looking at what the figures that are purported around return, and what's our net return on investment for the money that we contribute to the two entities, which is still pretty handsome. So,
That's fine. Any other questions, councillors, for Andrew? Councillor Sean?
Not so much for Andrew, but you mentioned that Anne-Marie was going to make contact with TISB to address a certain matter there. One of the issues that's been raised here of concern has been the gas exploration and development and its effect on agricultural land. And with that, as I understand it, TISB has been active in the role of advocate for the gas industry or its promotion. I was just wondering whether, when they do report to us, they might address that, both sides of the story there, and particularly bearing in mind that council finances TISB and has a responsibility in relation to this matter, I would have thought.
I'm happy to take that one on board.
Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. And historically, going back in time, TISB did have a very large focus on gas and energy, and they've certainly diversified a lot in the last few years. Agriculture is a sector that they look after, education, health. They have a wide variety of areas that they cover off on now to stimulate our local economy and ensure that the economy continues to tick along as healthily as it does, and that's across manufacturing, everything. So I think, you know, if you'd gone back 6-8 years ago, you might be able to point at that, but I think their diversity now is quite strong, and they're looking after every area of the economy, to my point of view.
Thanks. Well, Anne-Marie will talk to, we'll have a chat with TISB before they present in any way, in any respect, so that's fine. Any other questions, councillors, for Andrew? If there's not, we'll go to the recommendation, which is simply that council note the quarterly reports as at 31 March 2023 for its controlled entities, Empire Theatres Pty Ltd and Toowoomba Strait Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd, together with progress update of the Empire Theatres Foundation Limited. Moved by councillor McMahon, seconded by councillor Melissa. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Andrew, very much indeed. Councillors, we move then to item number 6, and Bailey is not in the room, is he? He's not behind Nancy? No. No, he's not. That's okay. I think we'll push on in any respect. Bailey is the author of this. It's item number 6, councillors, proposed boundary change, Toowoomba and Lockyer Valley Regional Council. Anne-Marie is happy to answer any questions, and if not, we may just refer to Bailey, and he'll be in the room if we need to. But councillors, the recommendation is that council resolve to advise Lockyer Valley Regional Council that council supports to have the whole of lot 355 and CH312304 in the Lockyer Valley Regional Council area. That's the report. Councillor Shine, are you happy to move that? Councillor Shine moved. Do I have a second for that? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. You've got a question? Okay, we've got a mover of Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Kirsten. We'll go to a question, Councillor Tim.
You might be able to help. It's just that pink line moving to incorporate the little tiny blue triangle, isn't it?
That's exactly it.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was all of the yellow or just the blue.
No, just you.
We're good. Thank
You've got it. Okay. So, councillors, no further questions. Councillors, any need to go into debate? No need to. We're going to move in a second. Are those in favour? Carried unanimously. So, councillors, we move now to close the meeting. Item number 7. If I could have someone to move. Moved by Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That motion's carried. Thanks, Brent. Thank you, councillors. We resume or come back out of closed session. This is item number 8, ICT Governance Risk Compliance Update. And the motion before us is that the report be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillors, that concludes the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for the month of May. The next session obviously is chaired by the Mayor, who has an engagement until 1 p.m. So it's probably perfect timing for us to close this meeting and resume the economic development at 1 p.m. Therefore closed. Thank you.
Councillors, thanks very much for your attendance, and to our staff who are in the room as well, and particularly to Tony and Jane. We'll mention a bit more about that in a moment. Thanks very much for being part of it. Can I begin today by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Bigambal peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Naturally, that we'll recognise the absence of Councillor O'Sullivan, and all that's been sorted. There's no chance of anyone getting a special leave or anything of that nature, so we'll move on to item 3, which is the outcomes of the delegation to Wanganui in New Zealand. Jane, are you going to, Tony's going to present that? Good, thanks Tony.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for receiving the reports this afternoon. So just the first one we've got is just a follow-up from the August 2022 meeting where council approved a delegation to go to Wanganui, New Zealand. The Mayor and our International Secretariat were able to head over to New Zealand in early March, from the 1st to the 4th of March this year. This is just noting the outcomes and some of the discussion points from that delegation over there. And then also, I thought it'd be pretty straightforward, just a noting, but we've also got a potential decision to there as well as part of the recommendations. So just outlining some of the key takeaways from the delegation over there. Wanganui Partners, a very similar organisation to TSBI, have started some trade discussions with TSBI, setting up some trade between Wanganui and Toowoomba and how we might expand on that. Following on from that, we've actually got a member of Wanganui Partners coming over at the end of the month, and we'll get them meeting with TSBI, Chamber, local businesses, local suppliers, and see if we can get some relationships going there. Just on to page 3 of the report. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion between the Mayor and Wanganui Partners in terms of what partnerships might be able to be established. The Mayor visited the Sargent Gallery, which is, they've just spent a large amount of money on developing, making earthquake proof as well. Potential is for establishing a reciprocal garden. That was a discussion that was had during the delegation as well. Collaborate with Wanganui on potentially, you know, if we establish a garden, some of the plant species, and then some of that collaboration that we might be able to have in terms of some of that staff exchange of information. And the Mayor also visited the port development over there. We're certainly looking at some opportunities around supply from local suppliers into that port development. And Toowoomba companies do have an opportunity to tender into some of that process as well. And also there was an opportunity to meet the newly elected councillors and Mayor over there in Wanganui. So following on from that, there was some more discussion around establishment of a sister city garden in Toowoomba. Previously there has been, in August 2020, there was a report to council on creating a New Zealand themed garden in Lake Anand. What we would like to potentially put forward today is that we formalise that and try and progress that further, and actually finishing off that project and creating it as a official sister city garden with a New Zealand theme, and potentially putting in some New Zealand and Wanganui sister city signage in there as well. So as you'll see in the report, we've attached a very detailed report that Jane has kindly put together, summarising all the meetings that occurred, all of the outcomes that were discussed. And then we've also attached the Lake Anand Master Plan, or the East Creek Linear Corridor Master Plan as well for your consideration. So on from that, I just thought I'd also point out just the importance of the relationship. So it has been a 40-year relationship we've had with Wanganui since 1991, and this was celebrating the 40th anniversary of that. Just done some quick summary of stats. So we do have over 2,500 people born in New Zealand living in Toowoomba as of the last census. And I think it's been a valuable cultural exchange in terms of, you know, learning some of those subtle differences between their community and ours, and some of the exciting opportunities and outcomes they've achieved, which is in the back of the attachment 1 report as well. So the recommendations before you is that we note the report on the Wanganui visit, that recommendation 2 is that we establish New Zealand theme or formalise the New Zealand themed garden at Lake Anand, and the council commit to allocating budget on a future budget to finish off that project, which has been estimated around about $50,000 to complete that as well. So I'll hand over to the Mayor to potentially discuss any further information about the discussions had. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Tony. Look, I think the journey was a good one, and of course it was just Jane and I, and I've got to thank Jane for doing a wonderful job. She's had everything sorted out, and there were no issues. We did have an issue on the final day when we were going to go elsewhere, and the flight changed times, and we spent a fair bit of time in Auckland. But in saying that, I think there's some real similarities in some of the places that we went. Wanganui District Council, a new mayor. I also took the time to meet Hamish, the former mayor, which I did very quietly, but the reality is that the council has changed. They have some issues, and they relate to amalgamation of water and those issues there, and I don't think it is parallel with the amalgamations we had. I think it's more of a First Nation person's issue in terms of the water and ownership and so forth. But I was very impressed with Wanganui and Partners, and I think there are learnings there in that economic development area, and hope when they come to town that we can in fact bring them in together with all of you, together with TSBE, to talk about some of the things that they're actually doing and progressing business in their area. And I think it looked good to me. Magnificent project, the Sargent Gallery, and to be there and to see exactly what they're doing. It's going to be very costly, and it's going to be a magnificent place. I think there's tremendous potential for the Masters Games. They get a couple of thousand people coming to town for their Masters Games, and I think if we could somehow use that model to bring Masters Games here, I think it would be tremendous for us. And then we saw the Wanganui Port Redevelopment Project, and there's a local company here that makes fibre composite who are fairly heavily involved with them in terms of potential trade. And of course, when you think about it, they need ports because they've got 2 islands and they need to ship freight and so forth. So it's not as if they need an inland rail. They need a port to actually do it well. Look, it was a good trip. It was a short trip, and I hope that in the future that we can continue to build that. I think Wanganui is an absolutely beautiful place. It truly is a beautiful city, and I think the partnership we have there is a very good one, and I think it's embraced enthusiastically by Wanganui, and I think we are very thankful to it too. You got a comment, Councillor Karen?
I would like to comment, Mr Mayor, and I'm very disappointed I couldn't actually go with you at the time. When the dates changed, it wasn't. But just on the Sargent Gallery, after the Christchurch earthquakes, plural, they brought in that there were the buildings that weren't made earthquake resistant, or whatever the level was that they needed to go to. There was a lot of angst in the community about very beautiful heritage buildings that would have to, or were looking as if they'd have to be destroyed. So it's wonderful to see that at least this one, they're going to spend the money, they've spent the money on it and made it resistant to earthquakes, and something I suppose that we've got a lot of things that we need to worry about, but we don't particularly need to worry about that as much as they do. So it's wonderful to see. It is a beautiful place, and I think I've been there about 5-6 times now, but it's actually, their jockey club's the oldest jockey club in New Zealand. And we have a relationship between our turf club and them. So there's lots of synergies, I believe, and I agree with you about the port. They've done it on and off and on and off over about 20 years, I think, but it's good to see it's going forward. So, and of course their river, the Wanganui River, is recognised as a person in Maori law, and also it's nice to see that John is still the iwi over there that greeted you. So that's very nice. Yeah.
Yes, this is the first time I've had the kind of welcome celebrations they have now. They're quite long-lasting, and they're very meaningful. I've got Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor James.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. If we could just look at part 3 of the recommendation that is before us. I'm not sure that it makes sense, and I don't think that it's actually asking what are we actually being asked to resolve to do, because it's saying that if council seeks to progress the garden, then a suitable budget allocation would be provided for the design and detailed costing of a proposal within a future budget. I just don't see what that's actually asking and resolving council will do.
Well, from my perspective, it would mean the beginning of a journey of actually having that garden, but I'll expect the explanation from Nicola.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. So taking into account the current priorities of Council in terms of its future budget, this would mean that should Council make a resolution today that this be progressed, it would be among the priorities for Council to consider for those future budget allocations.
I guess that goes to the, with your indulgence, Chair, I guess that goes to the question that Councillor Sommerfield raised earlier today about when we make these resolutions of council, and there's a list of them, and then in the fullness of time they fall below the line of the budget. That's part 1 of what I'm considering, and part 2 is that what the GM has just said then is different to what this recommendation actually is worded. It should, what was just discussed is that council progress the establishment of a garden, and that a suitable budget allocation be provided for the design and detailed costing of a proposal within a future budget. There's two questions in that last recommendation. So at the moment, it doesn't actually say anything. If we want it to be, if the suggestion in the officer's recommendation is that it is that council progress the establishment of the garden, then the wording should be changed to reflect that.
Okay. Councillor O'Shea, then Councillor Carl.
Yep, thanks, Mayor.
You want an answer for that?
Oh, sorry.
Yep, right, Councillor GM.
Thank you, and through the Chair. Yes, so essentially it's asking for 2 sets of costing. So the first is in the future, if a budget allocation, if it is considered that council wants to complete this work, the first step would be to have an allocation of funding to do the design and detailed costings for the proposal. Sorry, and that would cost in the order of a minimum of $50,000.
Comfortable with that response? You got anything else you want to ask?
Well, I don't know if any of my colleagues is in agreement, but it's just that are we being asked today if we support progressing the garden?
Yep.
Okay, so if we are, then the wording has to change so that part 3 of the recommendation is that council progresses the consideration of the blah 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 pending the budget.
Right.
Thank you.
Brian's nodded to that one, so that's the operational end of things in line. Councillor James and then Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm on the same train, but I'll take it a step further. I strongly oppose 3 in any format at this point in time. For a couple of my question is around it, I suppose, is purely because I'd rather go to a briefing or an information session to understand what the proposal is, and then we can decide if we want to take it towards a budgetary point of view, because a couple of things with it is that at the moment we know the costings and things like that, and what is in our works in terms of with parks and gardens and things like that. So I mean, this would obviously potentially jump the queue with that. And 2, there is quite a movement at the moment through our MAC, Multicultural Advisory Committee, around different ways through flora, whatever you want to say it, that you can help to represent different communities. So this could form part of that as well, and that's very much in its infancy. But I just kind of feel this is cart before horse sort of stuff here. I said I'm not against it, and we might end up where we end up, but to ask me to sit here today and commit to basically saying I progress something to go towards a minimum of 50,000, I can't do that at this point. I'd rather it go towards understanding more about it and an information session or a briefing or whatever it may be in regards to what exactly this Lake Annan Park master plan was. So that's sort of where I sit. You know what I mean? Look, I just kind of feel like we're been asked to do something when I don't even.
I clearly understand that, and I guess as we progress this discussion, we may, there may be a suggestion that we change things a little. Tony?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor O'Shea, so there has already been a master plan adopted. I suppose we probably could have written the recommendations a little bit better. So I guess what we're asking is that at the moment, the master plan has been developed, and if you look at number 6, it's the master plan. We're looking at around about the number 15 sort of area. That has already been identified in the master plan as a New Zealand themed garden. We just probably haven't enhanced it as much as we would like to. And this has all been in discussion with Parks, so this is really Parks project. Just as part of the Wanganui visit delegation, there was certainly discussion around let's get a reciprocal garden, so that's why we've moved this forward. What we would like to do ultimately is get that moved up the capital works budget and get it formalised, and then progress that in consultation with our partners over in New Zealand, and just basically formalising, finishing off the master plan, which was already adopted in August 2020. So this council has already adopted that master plan. We just want to try and get it moved up the funded projects and get it finished.
And I can see exactly where you're coming from, Councillor James. If it may be more appropriate if we had an information session to clarify a lot of things.
Yeah, if I can just close the loop on that. Thanks, Tony. I understand that. And to be honest, your explanation further enhances to me why I don't want to say now, because like we're talking about our program or wherever it sits, I'd love to more so be able to workshop an info session, whatever it may be, reinvestigate obviously what's already on that master plan and sit in our list of priorities. We talk about, budget priorities and things at the moment. Should this one be bumped up the list or should it not? So that's just why, that's the reason, I'm not against the idea. I think it's a really good idea, but I just need to understand what the implications of what falls out of that, or what misses out, or what's gets bumped back further, or what happens with the priority scale if we're going to endorse something like that today.
Thanks very much, Councillor James. Councillor Bill.
Yeah, I'm on the same train as well. I think my interpretation of point 3 is it's outside of the budget process for a start. And normally we would, and I feel it locks us in, particularly that last part of the motion. The normal process, as I understand it, is that there is consideration at budget time, and it's considered up against everything else in a prioritised ranking, as per normal. And if we're to have an information session, fully understand, because that was in 2020, some time ago. It's part of a broader master plan, so it'll probably be good for us to refresh it, but I do not think we should be considering this project in isolation in the context of a whole budget, albeit $50,000, but you've heard of the saying death by 1,000 cuts. It doesn't take too long for lots of $50,000 to add up, but it's more about process. We really should probably be following that in my view. So whether we would like to consider it as part of a normal budget process, or we have a step before that and consider it in the context as Councillor James has suggested. I'm either way. I'm happy with either of those, but not as it sits there now.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillor McDonald, and anyone else who wishes to make a comment.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Tony, Tony, on page 293, which might have been the page you were referring to, 293 of Board Books, it's the master plan picture, and it's number 15 at the top along Mackenzie Street that seems to be the New Zealand influenced element. Number 15, there's 2 15s, there's 3 15s across the top. That's the ones up the top there, noting that there has been some work done, and it's in the report that work has been done, and this, and I guess this is where I'm probably think an information session in regard to the master plan, but importantly how that talks to the capital works program for the program of works for parks, because noting there has been some work done in that area, and according to the report, it hasn't reflected the New Zealand influence that is in this master plan. So, it seems to me that something's a bit out of sync that might just need to be brought into line, and perhaps that's council's opportunity to be brought up to speed, because it's often been spoken about in this room and in other forums that Lake Enon was earmarked as, and a service club has been part of that, as a New Zealand influenced or inspired garden. And if we've got a master plan for 2020, yet we've done works post that period of time, one would question the importance of a master plan to influence what capital works gets done. So I'd be in favour of the third part just being simply to provide an update and more broadly perhaps around master plans to capital works programs, because clearly on this plan there is a New Zealand flavour, and that may well have been that opportunity to link in with Wanganui in this case, New Zealand's sister city, to actually do that. In a normal capital works program, hasn't cost any more to do it. It's actually work that's being done, or if it is more, it would be a minor amount through consultation. So maybe that's part of number 3 rather than suggesting a particular outcome from this meeting in regard to that park.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I think there's a broad feeling. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? Councillor Summerfield, you being the hula hoop champion over there some years ago, did you wish to make a comment? One of our early visits.
Not on the parks, Mr. Mayor. If anything, I was going to talk about the Masters Games, because remember when we did go and I came back, I was a strong advocate that there was work that could be done in that, and we've never really ground legs with it. So I really would like to see some work done on that in the future. But I have to say I'm very respectful of the ENC portfolios, given, that there are park progressions in place, and that maybe we're sort of stepping around that. I fully understand why it's come to council in this way, because you've just done that trip and it all fits in with that. But we also have to recognise that the parks people have a process that they follow, or a progression that they follow with their parks. So it's probably not what you wanted to hear, but I'm really keen to talk about the Masters Games if anyone's willing to listen.
Yeah, I think it would be good to see if we can fathom out what party in Toowoomba ought to be responsible for that, whether there's a new party could be formed, new group of people. But what I saw of that was great. In terms of the gardens, I think the lady that took you and I around, Jane, was fairly keen to see a combination. She took us, there are some absolutely beautiful spots in Wanganui where no doubt eucalypts and various Australian trees would grow beautifully in a divine environment. It's absolutely lovely. I'll hand back to Tony. He's got a few comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just guess to answer Councillor McDonald earlier, how we got to these recommendations, I suppose. Sorry. So if we look at 6.0, so not that one, it's number 9 of attachment 2, page 9 of attachment 2. Have we got that up there? So within that, it's number 15 within the 6.0 master plan. Can we bring that up? There we go. So it's still in that same location you mentioned, Councillor McDonald, but there's a number of 15s there which has got some New Zealand themes in it. And then if you look into the type on the bottom right-hand side, the 15, it says enhanced New Zealand themed garden with shared Kauri Pine Walk. And then if we go to attachment 3, there is actually costings being done on the project. So I guess it was really about getting that budget allocated. The initial thought, once the Mayor and the International Secretary came back from New Zealand, was that we established a New Zealand-themed sister city garden in the region. It was then pointed out to us by the CEO and General Manager of Environment and Community that we already had a New Zealand-themed garden. I guess what we were hoping to do is just make that New Zealand theme a sister city New Zealand-themed garden, and formalising that, I suppose, through this process. We did go to parks. The initial recommendation was just around establishing a garden in the region, and Parks have actually come back to us and said, no, we want to just get this done. If we get that done, that'd be great. And it was their recommendation to try and get some budget allocated. In terms of what's happened already, council's already done the playground at the southern middle area of that, and we've also done some pathway enhancements. And there is some New Zealand theming in terms of it's meant to represent a geyser, the water spout in the middle there as well. So this is, I suppose, how we got to these recommendations as well. Thanks. Question, Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, yeah, thanks through you, Mayor, to Tony. It probably does, but in the report somewhere it said, the latest works didn't include the New Zealand flavour to it, and that's works right along that area. So if we already have a tribute or a tip of the hat, if you like, to across the ditch, then maybe the work has been done or is being done. And so perhaps the third motion is just for councillors to receive an update from E&C, and that might blend in nicely with the visit from Wanganui. It might be that there's a plaque put up there or something that just says what that is, if it's already there. You know, it sounds like some of it is done. So maybe we just need that third part to receive a briefing on what has happened.
Yep, no worries. So we can arrange that. There is actually a plaque in there on a rock that actually says that it's a New Zealand themed garden and celebrates New Zealand. So it's a bit hard to find. It's a bit faded and a bit worn out, but it's not that Wanganui Sister City garden as well. So
maybe there's a possibility we could have some more noticeable signage on that particular area on Mackenzie Street that indicated our partnership with them. And to be quite frank, I think Jane and my conversations with the people over there, they're very keen to see something like that happen and to continue to build a 40-odd year relationship. Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Mayor, it's almost like we've done this. It's almost like we've done this. So I wonder whether the third part would be that council recognises that Lake Annan is a New Zealand themed garden. It's got the plaque there, it's got everything. I just wonder whether we've actually already done this and the master plan enables it to continue doing that. So perhaps we're already there and it's really just this symbolic opportunity when Wanganui deputation or visitation is that actually solidifies that sister city relationship, and it's a simple upgrade of a plaque or something that's there that does that. So maybe the third motion is simply that, and there's very minimal cost to council because we're already doing it. It might be something that can be worked out between now and next Tuesday, if that's the case.
It'd be good if we could, just to see holistically how much New Zealand vegetation there is there, and you know, it would appear to me now that a little bit better signage, just to recognise it clearly for the passing public, would probably be about where we want to be. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with everything that's been said, but possibly because it hasn't been tendered, upgraded, or even really, we've had floods and stuff through there, so it's probably done a little bit of damage. So I think that's probably a really good starting point, the signage, and we've had those reciprocal displays. We've had a display over here once at Queen's Park with signage and the like from New Zealand, and something like that. Whether we kept it or whether it went back, I'm not sure, but something like very colourful and explanatory about the plants and different things. So I think we are probably halfway there. It probably just needs to have a little bit of attention annually until we get it to where we'd like to see it. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I've never seen the plaque, so that's probably a mistake on my part, but I wasn't terribly aware that there was in fact a plaque. Any other comments around the room? Tony, do you wish to add anything? Jane? You wish to say anything about it all, Jane? Or? And once again, you know, Jane was amazing the way she organised that trip, and everything was done beautifully, and it was no stress at all for me. It was good.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'd just like to say that through my discussions with the Parks section, they have advised me that while the theming has been planned for Lake Annan and the master plan has been done to express that in the future it is to be a
themed as New Zealand. The plantings and the significance is not yet there in the park, and there is a lot of work yet to be done towards making it a significant recognition to the community of a New Zealand theme. So the plantings are yet to be put into the place where those number 15s are, and so there's still some budget required to do that. And the proposal is more perhaps just to do a small section, just maybe in that corner where the fountain is, and put some signage on so that it is recognised as the contribution between Toowoomba and Wanganui as a Wanganui Sister City garden. And just we'll start small with a small garden in the corner with some signage on it, recognising the relationship.
Thanks, Jane. Any questions for Jane? Councillor McDonald.
Just if, Kirsten, can you go back to those recommendations? So perhaps the recommendation, based on what Jane has just said, is that the third one that's there, an information be conducted before to discuss the establishment of a sister city, Wanganui Sister City garden, because that's specific to Wanganui, I would assume, and no doubt the species might be similar, but a sister city themed garden within Lake Enid. Because the number 2 is a New Zealand themed garden of Lake Enid, but you're talking about a specific area for Wanganui. So maybe it's an information session for that, because we've already recognised in number 4, we've already recognised by way of a plaque that it's got a New Zealand flavour to it. So perhaps number 3 is the only thing we need with 1 and 2.
Okay, Councillor Tim, you have a comment?
Chair, thanks. Look, I'm open to the suggestions from around the table, but I do go to Lake Enid regularly, and I agree with it. It's just been upgraded. There's some playground equipment that's been re-put in there, not to mention the toilet block that was vandalised and arson attack and is now back up to working order. It's a lovely park, but when I go there, I don't see a New Zealand connection at all. That's me and I imagine every single person in Toowoomba region that goes there has similar sentiment. So for that reason, if we're going to do this and do it properly, the original number 3, which does have a future budget requirement to get this work signed off properly, I'm happy for, and knowing a bit about LGIP funding and what's next on the thing, the budget allocation, whether it's capital or operational to get that finished, I don't know, but probably wouldn't mind running my flag up the pole for the original number 3. I agree with the sentiment that there's some stuff there now. Look, there's a little plaque somewhere there, you know, all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't have a New Zealand flavour to it at all. And so if we're going to do it, considering, you know, there's work crews been in that area, and it's probably good to get it knocked over while they're there. I actually think the original number 3 is probably the best way forward, rather than going to our information session and all the rest of it.
So the proposal that's on the table at the moment, obviously the general consensus would appear that number 3 is out and it's been replaced by number 3 and a new number 3 and number 4. Is that appropriate, or do we only need the new number 3?
Well, can I continue? Just another question, Chair. Sorry. I don't know what the information session would require. There is a fairly detailed master plan in front of us that has, I think, all of the information of the establishment of a New Zealand Wanganui themed garden. So I don't personally know what benefit an extra information session would have. Perhaps if we move to council recognises the inclusion of a New Zealand themed garden and continuing, I don't know,
We better try and find a way towards some sort of consensus if we can.
Continuing budget, I don't know.
Council recognise the inclusion the existence it would nearly be, wouldn't it, rather than the inclusion? It in fact exists and there's a plaque there, and probably what may come out of it, Councillor Tim, is some more appropriate signage, just so people understand that that's plaque hidden elsewhere is probably not going to give people the concept of it being a sister city garden. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I am missing it, but I can't see what part 4 of that motion adds at all.
It's there. It's there already. That's what I'm trying to get out of you now, out of you all for a degree of consensus. So 4's not required.
Could I suggest, Mr Mayor, that in 2, we note that there has been some type of an establishment, but it certainly needs to be upgraded and assigned and become, and be appropriate for the level of representing our sister city. So something to those lines, and I'm not prepared, the CA would perhaps find the words, but we know there's an establishment of something there, but it's obviously not appropriate, not what we need to have.
Sorry, I'll let you read that, Nicole. That's
Thank you
that's
very much.
Rotorua, is it?
Oh no, this is the sign in the garden.
That's the sign in the garden.
So my
Okay.
understanding is, so as
It's got
part of
Rotorua mentioned.
as part of the Lake and End master plan, a New Zealand themed garden was planned. We understand from Parks that there is very little of significance that would indicate it is a New Zealand themed garden. There is a sign, but it looks like this. So here though, obviously, because part of the progression of the master plan in its entirety remains unfunded, in terms of the motion, perhaps it would be that council note, the second one is correct in that as part of that master plan, a New Zealand themed garden was to be considered, but as yet, so it's still as part of the unfunded part. Was to be considered and costed. And then the matter for council today is whether it considers that as part of progressing the master plan on the whole, there should be more specific consideration given to the New Zealand themed garden, particularly the Wanganui sister themed garden. Is that correct? That would be in a future budget.
You've had your hand up, and then Councillor James.
Yeah, I think we're getting a bit lost myself. I mentioned the process in the beginning. You know, that's what it is. I mean, everything's considered at a future budget round. If the majority of councillors feel comfortable to progress this, then it's considered later. Or if a majority of councillors are unclear, regardless of what's there, and they wish to be brought up to speed, well, then they wish to be brought up to speed. And then consider it, whether it goes forward for future budget considerations. Pretty simple. Anyway.
Would it be appropriate to say we continue to progress that garden? Something, words along those lines?
Chair, I think...
That doesn't put a time frame or a cost immediately on it?
Chair, I think we're wordsmith and
yep.
On the run here.
Councillor James, you had a comment?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Not to add further confusion to this whole scenario, but the more I look at it, the more I think about it, I have no idea why we're noting what we're noting in 2. In my opinion, the motion should be 1, full stop. To quote the great Joe Ramia, the council note the report Toowoomba Regional Council delegation visit to Wanganui, New Zealand from 1 to 4 March 2023, full stop. Highlighted, bolded, underlined, ended. And if you're really desperate to wanting, I think a part of the council process would be is if there's a desire around establish an information session, whether that even needs to be as a part of the resolution or not. If we really want to add another one, whatever that blue 3 is, it could be the last part of, because I mean, whether it's there or not, I mean, we're going to, that sounds like the way we're going to progress. And I don't even, and as I said, I really don't understand what we're noting in 2 or why we're in a resolution noting that. Personally, I'd be comfortable with 1.
Well, we better, it'd be nice if we could get some consensus around the table, I think, and I'm not too sure.
I'll move, sorry, if with the, I'll move, Mayor, I'll move the resolution is motion 1, 1, and that's it.
You've moved that?
Yes.
Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded that. Anyone wishing to speak against that?
Well,
If you wish to, I can let Councillor James speak first.
so no, I'm not speaking against it, but I'm wondering if the mover and seconder would consider putting the number 2, the blue 2 down the bottom, in as that, because we put in resolutions about information sessions for lots of things. It just means, it doesn't say when, it just says that we want to have an information
Would it be fair to say that we continue to develop that garden?
Well, I think we should, because otherwise...
Look, Mr Mayor, so as the mover, I'm comfortable to sit with what I originally moved, whether the seconder agrees or
Righto.
As is. What do you want to add the other one?
Anyone wishing to speak against that? And what will it in effect mean, Brian, a resolution of that nature with just that one particular matter? Will it mean there'll be any impact at all on maybe slowly progressing the Wanganui Garden? New Zealand Garden, righto, whatever. Councillor McDonald, you've got a comment?
Yeah, no, I agree with just having one, because the actual report says everything that we've just spoken about for the last 20 minutes. So I think it could progress through and when the folk arrive in May, a great conversation to have with our parks team, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be nice if they arrived in May and we had a little bit better signage there, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
And something a little bit better than the current plaque. But anyhow, that's a personal opinion. Righto, we have a motion before you, which is item 1 there. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Anyone wishing to speak against that motion at this point in time? Righto, Councillor Carroll. James.
I reserve my right.
You reserve your right.
Against it as such, that just means that we note the report, doesn't mean there has to be any action or anything else on it, it just says we note the report. And that'll be sitting there probably in 10 years' time, because the report's there and it'll be noted. There's no action for that, just to you might as well say receive the report, because that's what it means. There's no action that is going to ever have consideration of or anything else. It just says we received the report, so it's not going to mean any action whatsoever.
Any other comment? Anyone wishing to speak for the motion now? Reserve your right, Councillor James. You wish to speak now? Okay. Well, Council, it's before you. It's a single point that Council note the report of the Toowoomba Regional Council delegation visit to Wanganui, New Zealand, from the 1st to the 4th of March 2023. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's carried. But councillors, we move then to item 4, which is the issue in respect to Study Toowoomba. Thanks very much, Jane and Tony. Tony, we need you. Don't go. This matter is to do with our funding, our regular funding of the Study Toowoomba Incorporated. I'll hand Councillor Bill.
Chair, I probably should test the room on. Oh no, actually, I think I might actually step out, because my wife, through her business or our business, whatever you want to call it, it's really hers, has been in a selection or tender process. Would you call that, Councillor Nancy? So I think it's safe for me to step out in anything pertaining to Study Toowoomba. So Sorry, Kirsten, I completely overlooked it, so I'm just put that I elect to step out. It's a declarable interest. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bill, and I accept your judgment. Councillors, this has been a long-term support that we've been giving to Study Toowoomba. Are there any comments around the room in respect to it? Councillor Nancy.
Chair, I'm happy to talk to some of the things if that suits. So Study Toowoomba continues to progress, and there has been an increase in funding from the state government. Minister Hinchcliffe has taken quite an interest in the study hubs and recently held a forum up here at the uni for all of the Queensland hubs, which was fantastic, and he actually stayed for quite a bit of the forum as well. So he's quite engaged with the Study Queensland, all the individual hubs, and he has increased the funding. So this year we should get $175,000 in funding from the state, from TIQ, and that will make a big difference to us. It's an increase of $50,000, and that will change things up for us significantly. The university and TAFE have both re-endorsed or reaffirmed their continued funding of Study Toowoomba. We've outsourced into various areas the different things that we're doing. So at the moment we have TISBE doing all of our outcomes-based work. We have RD Accounting doing our financial and administrative work, and we're in the process of, which is why Councillor Bill stepped out, we're in the process of dealing with some tenders around having all of our online work done. So there'll be a new website, there'll be strategic focus on the social media. TISBE was doing the social media, they lost their staff member who was doing that, and to be honest, the social media side of it is quite slow. There hasn't been enough work on that, and we're wanting to focus on it from an international perspective. Up until now, it's really been a focus on local, which is not what we're wanting. We're wanting international countries to see what's on offer here. So there are some good things happening. We've just recently lost our treasurer, Ian Mendes, who was the business manager from Downlands, once worked at council. Ian did a terrific job as treasurer, and he's moving to Sydney. And I'm pleased to announce that we now have a new treasurer in the business manager at Concordia College. So everything's going ahead well. We have a great dynamic team on the committee, including Peter Homan from SQCT, and the team are really providing some good ideas, and I feel like we're moving ahead.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nancy. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Probably just a question, really. I've sort of got a concern on page 302 under consultation undertaken. It's sort of looking at the schools in Toowoomba. There's no States High School there, and I recall that over a decade ago, Centenary Heights was very actively engaged with overseas students attending it. I note the Department of Education and Training is mentioned, but looking at the schools listed there, it looks sort of exclusivity applying, and I would have been more comfortable with Study Toowoomba progressing with a wider area of consultation, if that was possible. Perhaps it had been tried and weren't able to be successful. I don't know.
Wish to comment, Councillor Nancy?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, thanks, Councillor Kerry. That's a really good question. So Centenary Heights has been a fantastic contributor in this area, and I don't know whether it's the change in principle, but they no longer are members. We have encouraged them to be members again, but that hasn't come to fruition. We'll continue to pursue that, because there was a young lady at the forum that I talked about earlier that the minister held out at the university. There was a young lady there from Centenary, who I had quite a good conversation with and gave her my card. So I am hoping they will come back into the loop. But at this stage, they're the only members that we have. We did try and include the the flight training out at Wellcamp. However, their main base is Adelaide, and there was sort of not a great deal of interest. But we are constantly looking for additional people to come on board, and it's not costly for those. The majority of all those schools, it's only $50 a year. We keep looking at it and saying we should increase it more, but I have the belief we can't increase it more until we actually give them more. So it's a bit of a cart before the horse sort of thing. But we will continue to endeavour to do that. But the main reason those schools are there is because they're boarding schools, which is what you really need unless you do the homestay. And homestay can have its challenges in today's environment around protection of the students and that sort of thing. So we are looking at ways to grow our membership and try and be as inclusive as possible, but it does have its limitations based on what the schools do have on offer. But my eye is certainly on Centenary Heights. Councillor Kerry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions through you to either Tony or to Councillor Summerfield. Does Study Toowoomba have KPIs, and what's the acquittal process?
Sorry. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Look, there was an agreement done. I probably should have attached that with the report as well. Generally speaking, it's very broad KPIs. It was really, Council was really instrumental in establishing Study Toowoomba, so it was really our idea, and then we went out seeking the other external partners. So I guess the KPIs remain internal. It has been a challenging period, understanding that, we started funding in 2021, and that's when COVID struck. So, and this is really about international students. It is growing, and I guess that's our measure that we're going to be using, is how many students, international students, we're getting at the moment. So at the moment, we've got 1,728 international registered students accessing our institutions in Toowoomba. And just some feedback I had today is we've got 95% of the CRICOS registered providers in the region are actually members of Study Toowoomba as well. So that's, 19 out of 20 or so. So we haven't got specific KPIs that I'm aware of, but we are certainly meeting our targets in terms of what they're achieving as well. So, and obviously Councillor Summerfield was nominated by this council to be on the board and manages that as well. They do have a new strategic plan, but I haven't been sent that strategic plan. So maybe Councillor Summerfield might be able to provide some more information on that.
Just the acquittal process as well, please. What's the acquittal process for the 25,000 per year for 3 years?
Look, it's just an agreement that we have with them, and it's really just making sure, it's just them spending the money. We know they're sort of spending the money. They just invoice us for that money, and then it's just them producing a report for us as well. But we can make that more formalised through the agreement as well. Councillor Bonhoff.
Tony, would you be able to share that agreement with councillors before next Tuesday, please? Thank you.
Councillor Nancy, you wish to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That's a good question, Councillor Rebecca, and probably that could be something that could be looked at as well. Having said that, we do an acquittal to the state government for the funding that we receive from them, but that doesn't obviously reflect here. But so we have an action plan, and we have to deliver against that to receive our funding. So there is a plan in place that we do report to. However, it's not one reporting to council. Yeah.
Any further questions around the room? Councillor McDonald.
I'm sure Councillor Summerfield will be happy to move it. I'm happy to move it or second it, whichever.
Councillor McDonald, you've moved. Councillor Summerfield has seconded it. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Those in favour? Anyone? You're in favour. Okay, well, that's carried without dissent. And councillors, that brings our meeting to a conclusion. that brings today's meeting to a conclusion. Thank you very much for your input and your attendance, and I think there's another meeting coming up in the not too distant. Councillor McDonald, is there another meeting coming up now? Yep. Righto, we're all here to go. Okay, well, I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much once again.